All right, what's up, fellas? Is the audio working? Audio on? Y'all hear me? What up, Ace Boogie and history? Get to this in a second. Just want to make sure shit's working. All right. Mute that. Pop the chat out real quick. All right, here we go. I actually want to play some of these interviews too and go over them because there's some, some interesting shit said and some wild shit said. But hold up, Ryan was too big and fast for him, too strong. Yeah, a little bit of all that, right? I don't even know where to start. But just going off of that right there. Oh, the fight night weights? Rumored fight night weights. 64, 62. I heard Ryan's dad said Haney was heavier on fight night. Someone else sent me a message telling me that too, but he didn't have the exact weights. I mean, you could literally pull them from the New York Commission. They'll give them to you. It's public. But Lomachenko beat Haney. Look, this is the deal. This is the deal, right? Dude, I'm fucking sweating bullets over here. It's like fucking first day of the year. It's like 85 degrees up here. But all right, look. I'm just gonna come. I feel vindicated. I just feel vindicated. Everything I've been, yapping about we've been yapping about, honestly, but myself, for myself, was exposed right on the big stage. Everyone saw the corruption, same shit we've been yapping about for years. And they use this plausible deniability because it wasn't extremely blatant that, that's just how it would happen to be reffed, right? Or how that judge happens to judge, right? Nah, everyone knows what the deal was. Dude, props to Ryan's dad for calling out Harvey Dock, stating all the obvious. But look, to all the people who were talking about this dude was like top 5 pound for pound. Top 3. I mean, I heard plenty of people saying top 3 pound for pound. The guy really lost every fight he ever had. Like every real fight he ever had, he lost. Loma lost. Ryan lost. Only like 2. If you want to count Kambosos, I'm sorry. Okay, you can say he beat Kambosos. I literally wasn't even thinking of that dude. But even with Linares, I'm thinking of guys who aren't like, totally just outclassed or old, on the level. Even Linares, if that shit was on the level without the ref helping him and allowing him to just clinch and run for the second fight, he would have lost that one too. So it's like, and then everyone talking about this, they're calling it the bow and arrow jab, right? You see this? The bow and arrow jab. I've never called it that. It's a good name, I guess, but how long have I've been harping on this? Like saying the second this dude gets in with anyone live, they're gonna expose that shit. And this goes for all the guys doing that. He ain't the only one doing this shit. When they throw the left hook, doing this, throw the right hand, they go like they all. This is like an American thing, right? They're all doing it. And that's why like they're so careful on who they fight, and this is the thing that the state of boxing that's given me some hope is I'm seeing people that normally would never say this shit talking about these divas, the runners, these outboxers, right? They need basically chased from boxing. Like for real, like in favor, you want the money, bring the action is basically what I'm seeing a lot of people not historically they never would say that type of shit. Saying it. So that's and I think a lot of it has to do with the UFC. Honestly, props there. I'll give it where it's due. I think because you're seeing all the fights over there, the guys, laying it on the line, followed that, the UFC 300, following that up with Ryan and Haney. They both kind of showed out. It's putting expectations a little higher than usual. Who the fuck wants to watch Shakur Stevenson run around for 12 rounds after some real action, right? Like, no one wants to see that shit. Like, stay retired if that's what you got, like, planned. What? What up, Phil? How you doing, bro? Got my vape pen here, Phil. 78 was crying, saying, "We won't give up on him." You don't have to give up on him. You can back him all you want. You're just gonna watch dude go face down over and over and over. This dude's gonna get whooped by like everybody, man. Unless he gets a new team, and bro, like this guy's he's put his mechanics are what they are at this point. It's just like Ryan. Like Ryan isn't changing who he is. Like I'll always harp on him and be like, man, the dude needs to develop a 1-2, a good 1-2, right? That would really open up his left hook. But it's not going to happen. He is who he is. Like the mechanics, the whatever he has, like whatever. It'd be like trying to teach a Mayorga how to fight like Lomachenko. It doesn't work, right? Like whatever their mechanics are, their level of hand-eye coordination, whatever, that just is what it is. So neither of them are changing. Ryan, he can at least be like in a 50-50 firefight with anybody. And he's going to have a great chance of just beating a lot of most guys, probably just from power and speed alone. Haney, on the other hand, the fuck's he going to do? What's he going to do? And he's only going to be fighting bigger and bigger guys. He's not fighting anyone smaller anymore, He's not going to be fighting littler guys. He's fucked, man. And I've been saying this, like, dude, I've never said Haney was good. It wasn't hate. It wasn't hate because, like, I'd say the dude is a great athlete. Look. A lot of, physical gifts in terms of, like, athleticism, right? And he got heart. But he has deficiencies. And those deficiencies, they eliminate you. They eliminate you from being a top dog. Historically, it eliminates you from being a top dog. If you don't have power or a chin, you're fucked. What? What? Because if you don't have power and you have a chin, at least you stay in the fight. You can keep wearing dude down because you can stay in the fight. But if you can't stay in the fight and keep putting that leather on him yourself, what are you gonna do? Like, man, come on, man. I really don't know where. And dude, that beating was severe. I do think his jaw was broken. Something was broke. You only get that thing from your jaw being broke. Maybe cheekbone, bottom, like fractured cheekbone, maybe, but that would usually swell the eye up a lot more. I do think his jaw was broke. Egghead, like, dude was concussed like 15 fucking times. He just had one sustained concussion, repeatedly getting battered, bro. That is career changing, right? so like, you add all and what does that beating do? First of all, it slows down your reaction time. All those athletic gifts he had, brain damage makes that deteriorate. Your reaction time is not what it once was. And that, dude, I'm like, this guy's, it's all bad. It's all bad. I don't know. I just feel vindicated. Did I not? Was I? I'm sorry. I was the only dude harping on Wilder from like the first fight he had. Like, this dude sucks. Like, this guy sucks. This is all fake hype. You know what I mean? Like, you name him, dude. Like, I'm sorry. Yeah, it is what it is. I don't want to brag, but like, I'm fucking bragging, bro. It is what it is. The shit's ridiculous, man. I'm just glad other people are noticing it. It's like I was literally called names for a decade, like literally a decade, for for stating the most obvious shit to anyone who knows what they're looking at. Like, I sustained a decade of fucking gaslighting at the highest levels. But like, I was talking to my son about this. Yo, we'll be watching a fight, right? You'll be watching a fight on TV. Mannix, dude. Let's use Ryan and Devin. Listening to Mannix, having that shit a draw, like it could go to Devin, and they're gaslighting you. Like, they're telling you you are. They're telling you your eyes are lying. Like, you're literally here, like, that's not what what that's not what I see. Am I crazy? Like, but it was so blatant in this fight with Devin and Ryan that after the Lomachenko situation with Devin too, which also compounded the skepticism, the eyeballs on that, and then to see it all play out, it's like, what the fuck is this, right? Even Ryan's dad was like, Harvey Dog should be chased from boxing. I absolutely agree. I left that in comments on Precise's channel before that interview even dropped. Dude should be chased from boxing. And I've said this forever. Like, the Bayless, the Weeks, the Doc, dude, if you are not a Black American fighter, do not go into the ring versus a Black American fighter with one of them as your ref. Ryan said the same. Ryan's dad said the same shit. Like, you can't do it if you want a fair fight. And this is, look, it's ruining boxing. It's ruining boxing because America is the hub. All right, America is, we dominated the shit forever, right? It is what it is. America is the hub. It's what Cortez, going back to Floyd. I mean, come on, man. There's the long line of them. Don't get me wrong. I can go all the way back to fucking Mills Lane with Holyfield. Like, and he was white, obviously. But a ref's bias can seep in. And fighters, promoters, managers, they know who refs are biased to, what their biases are. They know what judges are biased to what their bias. Everyone has them, right? So there's like, you have to either be able to check it or understand what they are and like counterbalance it, or just get them the fuck out of the sport. You know what I mean? But like, I was thinking of this, like, I couldn't imagine myself, like, basically like I would do on stream when we watch a card, right? I couldn't imagine myself being ringside with the headset on and shit, like talking to all the viewers at home and telling them something is happening that is absolutely not happening. Like, use Loma Devin, for example. Devin's head is like a ping pong ball, the whole thing. Ping, ping, pong, 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 pong. And all they talk about is a right hook, sloppy, slappy right hook to the hips, thighs, ass cheek area, right? Like, that might have an effect. Well, 11 rounds later, it had no effect, right? But that's all they're trying to, like, what the fuck is happening here, man? Like, and look, I'm not saying you guys, because I know you guys are up on all this shit, but it's bitch ass boxing fans who allow this to happen. If the fuck 90% of hardcore boxing heads, well, let's be real, like, dude, 70%, at least 70% of hardcore, fight community dudes are on YouTube and Instagram and shit like that, right? So they're all circulating in this same little community and shit, right? So, look, for 80% of them would call me a racist, a hater. I don't know shit about boxing, right? Like, it's their fault. It's their fault that all this is happening. They need bitch smacked, like, they need blood smacked in their mouth. It's that simple. Like, they are the reason for all this. It ain't the fighters. It ain't, I mean, don't they hold blame for sure, obviously, and the promoters and all that. But it couldn't happen without these fucking, agates. It is what it is, bro. I like boxing when the internet wasn't involved, right? When you didn't have really a say unless you were in the gym with us. You know what I mean? Like, we're I it's like, man, I don't know. I don't know what type of psychology likes to live in lies. Like, I've been saying that for years, but that's what these dudes do. They live in lies, bro. It's fucking wild. I'm sorry, man. I was just stoned bullshitting. Yeah, boxing chief for real, career changing beating. I know people have talked about it, but I don't think people understand just how bad it was. Like, look, the human body can only take so much. You hear these stories about like these old timers, right? Go back to the 40s, motherfuckers had 150 fights, right? All blood and guts, Gaddy Wards. Like, no, they weren't. Like 90% of them were glorified sparring sessions, like on a traveling circus tour, which is what they did. They weren't fucking banging it out. No, they'd have the big important fights. They would fight. And how many of them did they have before it all went bad? You know what I mean? Obviously, different people are going to be able to sustain a little more than others. So a guy might have a good 8, 9 year run or something. But generally, you got like 4 beatings in you, like, and you're finished. Like, it is what it is, right? Oh, no, 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 no. I'm not saying I'm the only one. I'm not saying I'm the only one at all. What I'm mainly harping on, because in these like this YouTube community, there's a lot more honesty, so people are just tell it like it is. But I'm mainly referring to like the mainstream. How no one would address any of this shit in the mainstream. No one addressed like wow. I brought up Wilder for the same reason. No one would address like Wilder's fundamentals until they lose. Until they lose, right? Then all of a sudden they see what mistake he made, bank, right? Bank, and then they're like, oh, that mistake, he made that. It's like, bitch, I've been telling you that mistake is gonna get him knocked out for 5 years. You know what I mean? Like, and you called me idiot, over and over again. Like, no one beat him yet. No one caught him yet. Right? That's all you hear. It ain't happened yet. Like, yeah, obviously, but it's going to. It's going to, bro. Oh, Jose, yeah, you were there. Oh man, dude, lucky you. Those were it was. I, I definitely was thinking of going. Oh, I really like. I'd never flew before, so I'd only go to fights on East Coast. But I didn't. I didn't think it was going to be what it was. You definitely chose a great fight to go to, though, man. That was a awesome fight. Do I give Ryan a fair chance against Tank without him being drained? Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Um, no, fuck yeah, yeah, no doubt about it. Um, I mean, it's Tank ain't the favorite. Tank isn't the favorite. Um, to me, Tank's counterpunching is going to be his strength, right? With Ryan, I'd say it's 50-50 though. Just because Ryan, first of all, he got dropped. He probably ate Tank's best fucking shot. Got dropped, got up, continued, took a body shot. If he like, first of all, he probably wouldn't even have went down from either if he wasn't drained, honestly. And he was doing great before he got crashed right into the face because that kind of took the fight out of him. I remember like he definitely got the fight taken out of him when he got dropped that first time. But yeah, hell yeah, he has a real good chance. Um, at first, I was still leaning towards Tank just because he got the he definitely he got mind control over Ryan right now, like for sure. He had it going into the fight, beat him, kept it after the fight. No matter how much Ryan feels stronger, like that shit is still gonna be in his head. Uh, like no matter what. So maybe I'd give like a 51% edge to Tank, but yeah, it's still 50-50. Bro, someone's getting knocked out. One of them is getting knocked out. It's that simple. Or stopped, someone. But like, yo, these motherfuckers who were telling you, Devin Haney, like, you gotta quit listening. You guys gotta quit fucking with people who tell you these dudes are good. I'm telling you, man, like, because let's say they're right on like 75% of the shit, but then they're fucking retarded on 25%, like saying Devin Haney's top 3 pound for pound or something, right? That literally that kind of shit does help these channels grow. And then they spread the bullshit and it just grows like weeds. Like then the whole community is bullshit. I mean, what happens? Sledge. Fucking asshole, bro. If Haney ever, oh yeah, yeah. Yo, what the fuck is with that? People thinking Tio can like or like Haney should be the favorite over Tio. I'm not even talking about right now because after a beating like that, whatever opinions might change. But going into that Ryan fight, the majority of people were saying the majority of people were favoring Haney, and that shit made no sense to me. Like, I actually like Tio. Tio's odds better than Tank's versus Haney, just because he's bigger and takes more chances, like in terms of like leaping off of his feet and coming with them big ass shots. Because what's Devin gonna do? Lean back, extend, run. But Ryan or Tio will take chances. He'll bob weave, start walking in, and then boom, lunge and close that gap. He'll get him right. He'll take him out, dude. He will fuck him up. It's good. I can't stand Tony Weeks, man. You already know that they're like brothers, right? But from the Bay, like Black Power shit, like they're down as fuck together, bro. You would have to be an asshole to go and fight Devin Haney with Tony Weeks as the referee. Like, you gotta be an asshole. I remember you did that stream talking about Haney being at P. Diddy's party. With all the things coming out now, does it make Haney very suspect, especially because he looked like he was joining? Suspect? Bro, Haney's tweet told you himself. He said, you to get in the club, you got to do what? He's saying he's in the club with the secret special club. Few members, right? Bro, like, I don't know why people act like it's far fetched. The fighter took it up the wazoo. Motherfucker, Vasey, you still here? My homie, grew up with him every day in the gym together. One of the cats we knew growing up from the gym. Fruit pop, definitely a fruit pop. A lot like Haney, built like Haney, absolute fruit pop. Got caught sucking off one of the wannabe coaches and shit. I swear to God, like it's not like why people act like it's something crazy, He said it. Like, bro, why do you think I made fun of him right then and there? Because it's been known what the fuck dude does. Like, he's a creepo. Like a creepo. Yeah, the diddling club, exactly, bro. Like, the fuck, bro. Like, I'm not making it up. He told you himself, I'm in the club. And he's in the fucking jacuzzi with Puff half naked. Get out of here. All wet. Fucking fruit balls, man. Oh, did he? Definitely did it, bro. Dude, people have known people have known about what Diddy's been doing since like 99 for sure. There are already rumors about his parties. It was all a dream. KY and Vaseline. He said, oh, this is what he said. He said, you are in when you are in Diddy's pool. Just saying, bro. Just saying. Look, I'll be honest, I was saying this to my son, right? I personally thought Ryan went way too light on him with that Diddy shit. I would have literally, there's no way to get a dude that's going to have to be a outboxer, to become more aggressive than just calling out his manhood over and over and over. Like, I would not have let that slide. Like, he kept throwing little barbs. I would have hammered it. I thought he dropped the ball on that one. I thought he did. I really thought he dropped the ball. I'll drop the link. Yeah, thank you. The duck below the waist, hold, all illegal, punching kidneys, low blows. Like, he's like the low dude. He didn't have many low blows with Ryan because he couldn't get close, but with everyone else, it's fucking 50 low blows a fight. Like, people didn't get to see, the people who haven't watched his whole career didn't get to see that from Devin, but we all know it. Don't forget the low blows, the rabbit punches, the kidney punches, the clinching for dear life, the whole fight. Like, fuck these dudes, man. Top 3 pound for pound. Who are you? Who are you telling me this? Like, come on. And I know people who fucking know what they're talking about who were telling me this and argued with them. Like, oh, jeez. Hey, what up, Boxing Chief? You're on whenever you want. Dude, look, I don't think Shakur's good. Like, I don't think he's good. I think he's a good athlete, not a good fighter. He doesn't have grit, determination, toughness. He's pussy. All right, he's a new generation raised by a single mother pussy, right? It is what it is. Like, he ain't got that man shit. He don't have that man shit. It is what it is. He's a little boy. He's a scared little boy. All right, that motherfucker ain't built for war. Fuck him. Like, but I don't care who I am. I would be scared fighting that dude in America. It's fucking facts. Like, he's gonna run, clinch. Like, it's gonna be so hard to knock out. Look, a good athlete, it's so hard to knock someone out who don't knock out.
Talking about Shakur?
Yeah.
Yeah. So a friend of mine was saying how great that performance was, his last one, because that guy would hit him one time and would have knocked him out. He was smart. That was beautiful boxing. I'm like, dude, the only reason why you're saying this is because that's your flavor of the month. That's your current favorite fighter.
Bro, that fight he just had, I was saying this, like, people love to bring up the old days, the 40s. In the 40s, they would have just called the fight off mid-fight and been like, get the fuck out of here. You ain't getting paid. Like, yeah. Like, for real. That should have been like a no. Like, you guys don't want to fight? What are you doing? Like,
they need to enforce that more.
I'll tell you.
It's already a rule. It's called timidity. You can't be
in the 20s. In the 20s, it definitely would have happened, because if you remember, they actually did that to Cinderella Man. Forgot his name, Braddock, because the fight wasn't going well. He broke his hand. They actually called the fight and they didn't pay him.
Yeah, Braddock.
Shit, in the 80s, the ref used to call you on that shit.
Absolutely, fuck yeah.
Yeah, he'd be like,
and bro, I saw no disrespect.
Wait, real quick. I'm sorry, G. Right now, they will do it. They will call a fight off. Right, they won't do it in a big one though. The thing, if it's like a fight where they're like 9th card or maybe an undercard after the main event when everyone already left, like,
right,
if they're not doing, they'll just stop the fight. Like, they're not wasting time with, tomato cans in the ring. But when there's some real money involved, they obviously let it go. But they shouldn't. Like, you want to be a bitch? Go back with your fucking women in your row, because that's all you brought.
Now, I'm not one that you have to draw a line and knock each other's head off. I do like the nuances of boxing.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
when you're purposely like scoring like a quick shot and then avoiding combat as your responsive defense, which is exactly what Shakur was doing. You're avoiding combat by moving away or excessively clinching. You're doing anything to stop combat from happening. So you're not parrying, you're not blocking, you're not countering all the fundamentals of what goes on with the sport. You're actually trying to tie up to stop combat from happening. Then, which grappling, which is tying up, is considered grappling.
And everyone complains about it in MMA as well. Killing action.
Dude. That's what
think of Chris Bird, right? Not trying to take anyone's head off, but you couldn't miss a fight. Extremely exciting. Not a
and Gershon, before you go real quick about what piggyback off the Chris Bird thing. Yes, he would move and was hard to hit, but he was never tying up to try and stop the action.
Exactly.
He would try and beat you right in front of you. Go ahead, Gershon. I'm sorry.
I'll say this much. There's some people that like justify the negative fighting saying, oh, they're just protecting themselves. No, that's not boxing. You know what boxing is? It's implementing, I think Allen or Recognizer or Quags, one of them said this. And I said this to my coach and he agreed 100%, but it's implementing defense to your offense and vice versa. That's actual boxing. Slipping through the shots.
Sweet science. Yeah, it's I always say it's it comes down to just the theory of while staying in position, not hitting while not getting hit, hitting again while not getting hit, while staying in position. Like, dude, Virgil Ortiz actually, again, he total Delorme. I get it. It was like an Ennis type fight, but he still was in the pocket, slipping while countering at the same time. Offense and defense flowing together.
Yep.
Like, so don't tell me you're this fucking pound for pound great and you literally can only do one at a time.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Exactly.
Right
now. Look, I was thinking of this real quick. I don't think guys like Haney, dude, I know they wouldn't even be allowed to be sparring partners for guys like Ray Leonard and Duran. They wouldn't even survive or be allowed. Like, they'd be like, get this guy out of here. He can't even give me work. And you're telling me these guys are greats? Fuck out of here.
So if you look at today's fighters, and I've said this on BDA and recognize you've heard me say this before, that today's fighters they're severely lacking in not just conditioning, athleticism, as well as talent. If you look at Keyshawn Davis, he's completely flat-footed. He does not bounce on his toes. The days of Eric Morales, Oscar De La Hoya, Evander Holyfield, Terry Norris, those four were always bouncing on their toes in front of you for 12 straight rounds. The only time they got in flat-footed is when they were fighting on the inside. And that's because you would possibly get a headbutt or you might get an elbow. If you're bouncing up and down point blank to somebody else, your head's going to collide with something that's going to cause a cut or some damage. But anywhere where their arms have to extend even the slightest bit, they were on their toes, moving one way or the other, in, out, side, left, right, up, north, south, diagonally. They were getting, and Orlando Canizales was another one. He would actually sit in front of you and he'd throw the double jab right hand. When he'd throw the right hand, he would leap to the point to where he was actually now in a southpaw stance in front of you. And it was only because he shifted his weight. Once he threw the right hand, shifted his weight, he'd just pivot his toes. And the next thing you know, he was in a left-handed stance and come back with an overhand left.
And that's what
these guys can't do that today. None of them can do that.
Something like it makes the simplicity of someone like Bivol just look brilliant, but it's so simple. Just bouncing on your toes, jab, boom, drop the right on you. Like just something so simple, like the foundation of like the Russian block is the bounce on your toes, jab, step in, drop the right hand.
Yep. Hey, by the way, Ant, none of that is going to help him against Beterbiev.
Dude, that's an amazing card. First of all, like, man.
I'm really pulling for Beterbiev on this one.
I
don't care one way or another about Bivol. I do respect he's got some attention for the Canelo win, but I'm pulling for Bivol in this. I mean, Beterbiev. I'm really pulling for Beterbiev.
Bivol had his glory. I look at it. I can look at it like this. Bivol got glory off the Canelo win. Beterbiev hasn't really got to get his due glory. So it would be nice to see him,
get it at his old age.
Yeah, before he has to retire.
Bro, with Morrell and Benavidez at 75, it's like the division to watch now, man.
It's definitely entertaining.
Yeah. But Benavidez has to be a little careful. I know Vosnik is on the older side, but that's still a very dangerous fight.
Beterbiev knocked him out.
Yeah, but ain't this Vosnik's first fight back, right?
No.
Nah, he's fought like 2-3 times already.
Oh, he has. Okay, so
Yeah, he's gotten some momentum. In his recent fight, it was weird because he was trying to pitter-patter a lot to get rounds in, but once he sat on his shots, dude went out with a body shot, I think it was. But he's just been trying to get rounds in, but he's been doing his thing.
I mean, let's keep it a buck. This is by far Benavidez's best.
Quick question. Did I freeze
best
up?
What?
Quick question. But no matter who wins this, but since I'm pulling for Beterbiev, I'm going to ask from his point of view. Okay. If he wins this one, especially by knockouts, not necessarily sensational, but solid knockout, like the referee doesn't have to stop it, or he stops it, but it's not in between rounds. If it's during the round where if the ref waves it off for a count of 10, where would you put him in the history of light heavyweights? Everybody knows that the pretty much the kings are more. But I'm not counting as a Charles. He didn't win the title.
It's not
I got you. I mean, he's that.
It's not a deep roster. I mean, he can make top 10.
It's like definitely
easily top 10, right?
Yeah, definitely top 10. I say top
8.
Well,
everybody knows that the tops are Foster, Moore, Spinks. Foster, Moore, Spinks, and who's the other one?
You got like Foster,
Holyfield, Moorer.
Holyfield, Moore don't count. Neither one were champions there. Or Moore was a champion there, but it was a WBO and he didn't make a lot of defenses. He didn't even make the top 20.
Yeah, honestly, it's going to be a lot of old guys.
Yeah.
I mean, light heavyweight was an amazing division for a long time.
Yeah, but
in terms of like achievements, there, like literally, if he gets another stoppage, just knocking everybody out, undisputed. Like, dude, yeah, that's
yeah. If he beats,
that's only one of the greatest.
If he beats Bivol and Benavidez by knockout, you've got to actually put him one, obviously greatest of his era, obviously, clearly.
Yeah.
But then you start to compare him to the other guys that had unified belts but didn't really. So you got your Roy Jones and your Darius Michalczewski. You'd have to put him above them. But you'd have to put him right in there with Foster, Spinks, and Moore, and he'd probably have to be number 4. Tommy Lawgren, but I mean, you're talking black and white. You have to really like look at him and study him for his time. But
yeah, when you're also taking in like the belts and the accomplishments into consideration, yeah, it's a definite. So he has to go higher than I was expecting. Even if you had more credence to just like resume and wins, just if he does that, just the level of dominance is just unprecedented, honestly.
All right, now change that and switch it over to Bivol. I mean, obviously accomplishments, but the most significant win was a natural junior middleweight, or if you talk about where he turned pro junior.
Yeah, he doesn't get bumped this high. That's for sure.
See what I mean? Yeah.
What if
another reason why I'm pulling for Beterbiev is because in my lifetime, a significant guy. Of course, I've had 2 in my lifetime. I was alive towards the end of Foster's career, and I was alive through all of Spinks' career. So I'm already alive during 2 of them, but it would only, to be around for like another one would be significant,
Absolutely.
My question
let's not forget Beterbiev is more the Western fighter since he's fighting out of Canada compared to Bivol, who's pure Eastern.
Yeah. My question is this though: what if Beterbiev beats Morel and Benavidez within the next couple years?
Well, first of all, if he's got to beat, but this is contingent on the fact that he beats Bivol and then he defends against those 2 also. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
I mean, you have to. That cements him, and well, we get if with a time frame of the past 40, 50 years, he's obviously up there. But when you talk about all time, that has to put him in the top 5. And the reason why is because these are dangerous guys. Nobody else wants to fight that are highly skilled. They ran out of the competition of the area with the exception of Canelo and all the drama that happens there. They move up, and if they have any kind of significant win in that division to show the fact they're like a solid worthy contender, and he knocks them out as well as unifies all 4 belts, beating. And did he? Am I correct? Did he not unify them individually so far? Like there was no. He won each belt individually so far. Am I correct?
Possibly.
I don't think anybody was the unified champion that he fought.
No, yeah, they weren't.
So to put 4 belts together, right, and to put more than 1 belt together, period, is already you're fighting another accomplished champion. And boxing is more watered down than it used to be. Okay, but to put 4 belts together, which is almost impossible today, to do that in dominant fashion over skilled guys, because let's face it, Joe Smith Jr. may not be the most skilled guy, but he's not a slouch. He's tough. He can punch, and you got to better be on your P's and Q's, or he's going to upset you. Because he does have. He's not a one-punch knockout artist, but he can turn some punches around against lesser opponents. He can turn a fight around with 1 punch and then get momentum. And it was easy for Beterbiev. And like it wasn't even a chance for him for Joe Smith to keep going. Now he's not an all-time great, and he probably can compete in every era, but he's not a slouch.
Yeah.
And he made it look easy. So now you're adding in 2 other guys, especially like you said, if Morrell and Benavidez get significant wins at 175 before they fight him to show that they're solid contenders. Both pseudo champions in a weight below. Morrell not so much because I think it's just a regular champ, but Benavidez did have the WBC twice. Yeah, that's pretty significant. He would have to be, at least when you start to say anything past the World War II era, he would have to be in the top 3 easy, because you would only have Foster and Spinks.
Yeah, when you get past that era was just amazing at light heavyweight. When you get past that era, he goes real high. Yeah.
Well, and even though that era was dominated by Moore and Ezra Charles, even though Ezra Charles didn't get the title, those were the 2 guys to beat there. Harold Johnson was around, so those were the 3 of that era. So you go past that era, you don't have anybody else really significant outside of Spinks
he beats
and
the
Foster.
piss out of Spinks, man.
They're always going to go. Sorry, lads. How are you doing, then, lads? They're always going to go for Spinks. Spinks is going to get the accolade, though, isn't he? They are.
Spinks was a tough guy to beat.
I
He had
mean,
the chin, he was powerful.
they're trying to give it. They're trying to give it to Usyk. I think he's got a good shout, Usyk, because he did some work there, didn't he? But they're always going to give it to Spinks because it's that American thing. Americans want that, it's the dominance. They want to have the guy at every division. They want to have the best heavyweight. Well, not just Americans, everybody does.
Oh yeah, no, you're right. Just check this out. I was just thinking this.
You see, they want to, and another important thing that people tend to forget: the '80s, when they voted for the fighter of the decade, believe it or not, it was shared between 2 fighters. The '80s. They didn't give it just to Mike Tyson. It was shared with Michael Spinks. Yeah, it was, yes. Just like they shared the fighter of the year in, I think, '82 between Sugar Ray and I think it was Salvador Sanchez, where they couldn't split it there. 2 guys win fighter of the year. Yeah? Look up, it's fact. But anyway, so Spinks got massive credibility, hasn't he?
Look, I was just thinking tonight how I'll harp on this or be like this American centrism with like the American some of the American, like even my old boxing coach was always rooting for the American fighters, like he's in the military or whatever, but still that happens a lot. And I was like, it kind of hit me as to
heavyweight champion.
It kind of hit me as to I think I might be right in this. Going back to 60s, 70s, 80s, maybe even earlier, when America kind of, they obviously still had their dirt or whatever, the West still had their dirt, but in comparison to a lot of the communist nations, even though the USSR or China or something like that, we did have a bit of the moral high ground at the time, right? So you would want, more so Americans, people who you would have thought would have more integrity at the time to kind of have control of the sport, to keep it cleaner and on the level. I don't think it's necessarily stayed that way. I think now it's a mixed bag. Some are shiesty, some are righteous, or whatever.
No, but the comment earlier about Usyk was overlooked. When did Usyk do anything significant at light heavyweight?
When
As a pro.
I think he might have been confused and was just thinking of cruiser as light heavy on.
Yeah, cruiser that around there. It's like for me at 175, up until the 80s, I got no one beating Joe Calzaghe, for instance. At 175 and at middleweight, I've got no one beating him. Not bloody Hagler, not bloody anybody around.
Dude,
Seriously.
I'm glad you kind of said that because Calzaghe,
Honestly.
he was in his prime. That guy is so underrated. So
No, I watched his career. I was there, and the guys. I'm sorry, there's the best stamina, the best output, the best everything. Great chin. It's just everything. The only thing you could say is, yeah, he punched too hard for his hands. He broke his hands a bit too much.
Who's that?
He had that thing inside where some guys, like I think Usyk has a lot. Like he's just a winner. Like the guy don't know how to lose. Like he's like a.
But it's his style. He was given a unique style from his dad. That style was purely homemade.
But like
it was homemade, wasn't it? Him and his dad cooked it up. They cooked up that style and they played to a rhythm. He fought to a rhythm, a musical rhythm, because obviously his dad was a musician.
Yeah, but if you don't
literally, it was incredible.
If you don't have the heart and mind, though, like I don't care what style or talent you have, physicality wise,
It's like I've had loads of beef. I've had loads of beef on the YouTube because when I say that, there's a lot of people that say Canelo fans. I don't mind. I like Canelo, whatever. But if you say Calzaghe, they don't like it. People don't like. I've had loads of.
I think that's just because. I
understand this. We all protective, aren't we? Our race.
I wasn't necessarily in the boat where I would have ever criticized someone for that, but I think a lot of people, especially Americans, they're just not familiar with the guy.
It's ignorance. Yeah, there is a lot of ignorance also.
Yeah, like only a couple.
How can some European dude or whatever from Wales? How dare he be better than us? No chance.
Yes.
But this guy had the uniqueness because he trained up the valleys, did his runs in the valleys, and you won't get. That's why he had the best lungs. He was a 15-round fighter. This guy, he wasn't a 12-round fighter. He was a 15-round fighter. Trust me, he was. I mean, and it proved it, didn't it? He was never beat, and he beat everybody. And the Americans, trust me, the Americans were ducking him.
Oh yeah,
because it was one of these where it was the Americans would lose more if they fought Calzaghe in the early days because no one knew Calzaghe. So it's like, what are you doing getting beat to this dude?
Exactly.
It's too risky. It was too risky. Only when he got a name and this and that could be more reputable did it materialize. But they were ducking him too. Trust me, they were.
You gotta give credit to Lacey for having balls and going over there too.
Well,
I was following Lacey since the amateurs, man. I was high on Lacey, bro.
Bloody Lacey. I mean, that's bread and breakfast for Calzaghe, Lacey's.
Yeah.
Hey, Ant, I was meaning to ask you, man, how bad is Haney on the inside, bro?
Well, he don't have an inside game. That's why neither does Shakur.
He's bad The thing is, he's bad everywhere. This guy was honestly, he's bad everywhere. He's pure. He's been cotton wooled into this position. He really has. Look at the referee. The referee was the same one as the Loma fight. He did the same tactics, Harvey Dock to Loma. He didn't let Loma work. When Loma got in a rhythm, he would break it, Harvey Dock. He was helping him.
It was the exact same three judges, too.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, as I said, Ryan be saving boxing. He really is, because you need to knock these dudes out. And 2 knockouts is not enough, clearly. You need about 4, 5. And luckily, he got the knockouts. If not, it was another points robbery.
Yeah.
Landslide. It would have been a 9-3, 10-2 to Haney. No, straight up.
And check this out.
They only just gave him the fight. They only just gave him the motherfucking fight. 4 knockdowns, and they give him a split.
But right now, the whole internet would be telling you, you didn't see what you saw, and Haney actually did win. You don't know how to score a fight.
Oh yeah, you know they would.
That's the trippiest shit. Like, I just watched this dude get his ass whooped. But if they gave it, Devin would be running around talking about he just whooped Ryan's ass.
As soon as he fought someone that can really hit, then that's what he needed. He was protected that way. He always fought the small. He never fought guys with power, did he? Or whereby if the guy, anybody with power was a smaller guy.
As soon as he stepped his level up, he got whooped. Like, Loma,
he's always gonna get the decision at home, isn't he?
Yeah.
Because he's American fighting at home. He's the he's the new guy. So he only has to win essentially 4 rounds.
Yes. Win.
No, seriously, he has to win 4 rounds. That's in a 12-round fight, and then they'll just give him an 8-4. They'll flip it.
That's what they do. That's what they did. They did it with Loma.
Yeah, they did it with Loma. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
That Loma fight, if it was in Ukraine, reffed in Ukraine, it's an 8-4 Loma.
Like you said, Haney's had his whole career padded. Just last night, I said he had a career like with bumper guards, like at the bowling alley with the little pillows in the gutter. Like he had a little fucking bumper-railed career. Like, as soon as he had to actually be a man, both times he got fucking spanked. They got to use the point system. They don't count the heavier blows these days. I saw that whole the new way of rescoring when they did that shit a couple years ago. The WBC was harping on that. Fuck out of here. Again, how come when Canelo fights, it's not about volume, it's about power, right? It's about body shots, powerful body shots. Oh, the Haney fights is power don't matter. It's just about glove taps and defense. It's like, get the fuck out of here, man. And that's the WBC scoring system. That's why I brought that up, because they favor Canelo like a motherfucker, right? So, but they said it's not about power, but then as soon as Canelo fights, it's all about power. Like, get the fuck out of here, man. I feel like a broken record just harping on this shit nonstop, but you get to a point in life where it's like, oh, you can do. It's like, fuck, you get so fed up.
Dude, how is this kid allowed to tackle Ryan and not get knockdowns called?
Dude, he took a point from Ryan. Like, Ryan shouldn't have hit him, but it wasn't a point-worthy smack.
They could have given him a warning.
Yes, exactly.
But have you seen the footage though? I'm sure you have, of Harvey Dock, the way he holds Haney and prevents Ryan of engaging anymore, and giving him respite after respite. He wouldn't let there be a continuation. He always broke it up. Have a breather, 1, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, even 5, 10.
It's more killing of action. Just keep killing action. Because that just limits the opportunities that Ryan gets to release a bomb. The more action that is just deaded, the more it's going to keep. It's like killing half of the fight. Devin really only got to fight 6 rounds.
And he just holds on to, like the chap earlier on was saying, he's got obviously no inside game. And if it does get like a clinch or anything, he just holds the fuck out of you and hugs you. In desperation. And he actually fights and looks like a fighter in desperation. He's not looking like a killer, is he? Ever.
Nope.
He's
Mr. Earlier in the stream, I was saying he's more of a scared little boy than a man.
He is.
He's not in that ring fighting on some man shit like a man. He's clearly like the scared kid just trying to defend himself.
He's a McDonald's champion, dude. Literally, he was fed at McDonald's and he won the McDonald's belt. That's all he fucking is.
Do you remember when commentators used to actually point out, right, that guys were making a mistake if they pulled out of the clinch or out of the inside with their hands down, right? Because you're going to get clipped by a hook. And that's exactly what happened to this guy, man.
Like, I just watched Gaddy Ward, little fan-made documentary on YouTube like a week ago. But, they were showing a whole bunch of the 3 fights and some of their other fights. But, dude, the commentary alone was fantastic. Like, don't get me wrong, it was Manny Stewart, Foreman, Lampley. Like these guys were good together. You know, Letterman at the time, they were good together. But dude, like, it's pathetic that I have to listen to Chris Mannix. Like, it's pathetic.
Jesus, yeah.
Like, can that dude just go down to Harlem and suck some dick already? Like, we all know what he wants to do. Like, just go gag on some BBC, fucking flame or get out of here, bro. Like, you don't care about boxing. Like, I get it. You got fucking pimped out or something by Kellerman because there's no way you should have this job. You just took your homie, your big homie just gave you his job. And we know what his deal was. So you're just like a clone of him. You know, like, get the fuck out of here. How do these people get these jobs?
Like, exactly how you described, bro. They bring knee pads.
In the Diddy Club. Up in Harlem at the Diddy Party.
Our slick. We're our slick better than anybody.
Yeah.
We need commentary like that again.
Yeah.
Let's say yes to everything.
Hold on, real quick to this. That ref was sus. That ref wasn't sus, bro. I just saw an interview with Bill Haney where he was talking about Floyd and Ryan conspired together to stop the Haney era and shit. I'm like, bitch. My comment I left was, bitch, you conspired with the officials to rob Loma, to rob Ryan. Like, fuck you.
Everybody else.
You are like a walking federal conspiracy for fucking Rico. Like, get the fuck out of here, bro.
Yeah, dude's a clown, man.
Where's like fuck yeah? Where's the
Literally, if Ryan didn't get those knockouts, we were gonna. It was going to be like a Floyd era at Vegas. You know, the Vegas residency where they got the judge. They've got it's the same old ones.
I interviewed Bill Haney here before, and I got him to admit that. Like, he said, our plan is to go 40-0, 50-0, get the big money.
There you go.
It's like Floyd. And it took me an hour of like, your whole career is going to be cherry picking, ducking, and dodging and stay undefeated, right?
And have the ref in house. In-house ref.
Finally admits to we want to be 40, 50-0 undefeated for the big money fights. And I was like, that's all I wanted to do. Just admit it. You're a bitch.
Guess what? Oops.
Yep. Done. Done. So that's why they fucked Loma, because they had that plan. People seem to forget. Floyd brought in $1 billion a year to Las Vegas. $1 billion a year for 2 fights, 2 events, $1 billion a year. They weren't giving that up, and they want that back.
Yeah.
It's not. I'm telling you, the like pyramid of the conspiracy in boxing is the network execs, casino execs, promoters. That's it. A draw, yeah, exactly, man. Man, it's fucking a draw, man. Like what? And I'm watching it like. Ryan won, and they're about to fuck him. I knew as soon as the cards were starting to be read that it couldn't be for Haney, but I was still like, scared up until the cards started being read.
It can never be a draw because he got beat up in the end. He got beat up and got a broken face, and he got a broken face too.
Yeah, his jaw's definitely broke. I was saying.
Oh yeah, they're not going to admit it because of clout.
Exactly. You ain't getting swelling like that. That comes from a broken bone.
Yeah.
Lower cheekbone, but usually a cheekbone's going to swell your eyes shut too. So it's
that boy got whooped like a slave.
Yeah, he got beat. Yeah, he definitely got whipped.
Ryan just put out a little. I saw it last night. It was like a little diss track rap song.
He might have been better off.
It's not bad, actually. It does pop hard. It's good. It's a good track. The beat's good. It's hard. It's hard. He was on the floor. You would not wake up. It's hard. It's a good diss track.
You did not respond. No, that's just.
It's a good.
He's fucking dude. He's living his best life right now. Clown.
No, it's a good diss track. It is good.
He did before the fight, he did one to the hit him up beat too, and it was good too.
It's a hard beat.
Yeah.
It is. Look, it's the Terradome. It's a Terradome beat. Actually,
I was telling BDA I kind of like Dark Ryan.
Yeah,
what wouldn't I say to a black dude's face? Like, why are you coming here with this nonsense? See what I'm talking about?
I think he's talking about Alan's comment.
Whatever, man.
What did he say? Oh, beat him like a slave. Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, Like, you don't say that shit too.
Has anybody got Munguia winning here, by the way?
When did men become so sensitive, man?
I would say Munguia is going to give a good fight, but I think Canelo knocks him out.
It's dudes talking shit. Like, chill the fuck out. Munguia.
Yeah, I got Munguia. I've got Munguia late stoppage. No cap.
I think that's a much better fight than people are giving it credit for.
I know.
It is a good fight.
I would obviously rather Benavidez, but Munguia, I've been wanting to see that.
Munguia under Freddie Roach is a fucking weapon, I'll tell you. He is.
Yeah,
it's going to be
a great matchup.
I've got him winning. I've got Munguia winning late stoppage, no cap.
And if he comes with some real grit, determination, like
too much volume, too much. He's got chin, he's got everything. He's in the prime of his life. Canelo's on the, he ain't on the prime. He's had too many. He's 60 fights in. Come on. No, I do. I think Munguia's just going to literally overwhelm him. He is.
I got Canelo knockout. Like, I just think he's going to counter him with a big shot. But if you were to tell, like, if I missed the fight and you told me that Munguia won, I wouldn't be surprised. I do think he's going to give a great fight. And I think this could be a fight of the year contender because of their styles. Both are going to come forward and both are going to come in with bad intentions. But this is one of those situations where I think it's going to be quality over quantity. And that's why I think Canelo's just going to catch him with a big overhand or a big left hook.
Look, man, Canelo's a counterpuncher and Munguia has no defense, man. It's not hard.
That is scary. That's the whole problem. That's why the Canelo team.
But he's got a good chin. He's got a good chin.
Yeah, they're betting that in the second half of the fight they can sting him, if not get him out early. But that's definitely what they're dependent on, that counterpunch. For sure. The real quick, the dude, again, it's old, but the Charlo with the Canelo was a joke, bro. Again, dudes I was saying for years were ducking all the smoke. The second they get some smoke, what happens? I'm sorry, if you can't tell who is about it and who ain't, you can literally tell from their actions of their career. Like the maneuvering of their career, you can tell if someone's a real one or not. And when these fucking ones with the bumper rails in the fucking gutters of their career, so they don't fall into the pitfalls, when they are protected like that, the second they get put into that fire, they're full. They're full.
Come on, bro, man. We saw how hard Charlo was when Plant G checked him with that smack.
I don't care how many iced out Cubans you are. It don't make you fucking tough, man. It's a different breed. In fact, that shit will usually make you weaker. It's like the whole Hagler sleeping on silk sheets makes it hard to get up and run.
Bro,
it does.
Facts. That is facts.
Plant smacked the shit out of that dude, and he stood there like a bitch. He didn't do a damn thing, man.
For real. And Plant was alone. he just hid behind his dad or his uncle, whoever it was. I think it was his dad.
That's why Haney, he's soft, because he was born with silk sheets. He was born rich. Haney's were born rich. This guy, his first training, his dad probably took him in his Land Rover, first dropped him off this and that, then took him to McDonald's. They're not born like that. They're not born tough.
He's never not went running in a brand new pair of shoes. Just put it that way.
That's what I'm saying. Exactly. Yeah.
He will get stylish just to go jogging and shit.
Yeah, and this and that. They go jogging a Land Rover. Yeah, it's not proper and that. It's not cross country. It's not like Calzaghe running up and down the Welsh valleys, the famous Welsh valleys. Your lungs are going to be different. Yeah. Of course they are. These guys are fucking faking it till you make it. Fake it till you make it. Literally, that's what they are, boxers. Fake it till you make it.
Yeah, and that is
really is.
That is hurting boxing. That is if you.
I continuously say in the whole roster of boxers, there's only about a handful of actual skillfully and technically boxers about. The rest are faking it. They are ex-American footballers. They're fucking basketballers like Deontay Wilder's an ex-basketballer.
You couldn't necessarily cut it in whatever sport they had originally thought of or whatever. But yeah, you're absolutely right. It's the same.
Yeah. It's like, for instance, Wilder was fake it till you make it, wasn't he? He was a basketballer, really.
And I was
skinny legs.
Years too, but yes, absolutely.
Another fake it. They weren't born about it. They weren't, about it initially. That's important.
Look, we obviously make people crack jokes on Kellerman being like, that guy's mean. But look, you got to be mean. You can't just be like an athlete just trying to have a sporting competition. This is
you have to be nasty, yes. Yeah. And Haney isn't nasty.
No.
He isn't nasty. I'm sorry. He isn't. And Ryan, for TikTok that he is, he actually knew that, and that makes him even much more of a girl, Haney. Well, hey, for Ryan not to fear you, it's Ryan was like, yeah.
Yeah, Ryan ain't some big badass either.
No, but Ryan can hit. One thing that's fact, and he can hit.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Put everything aside, he can hit. So, match made in heaven.
Here's the thing. Another thing is that when Haney, when he fights and you put him under pressure, he resorts to dirty stuff. He doesn't resort to fighting back.
Yeah, because he's got no inside game.
Wait, hold on. Someone said Ryan had to cheat to compete. I know he's talking about the 3 pounds. So hold on real quick. So when Haney fought Loma and comes in 160 some pounds versus an actual featherweight and gets spanked, what the fuck is that? Is that Loma didn't have to cheat? Haney was the cheater. Really humongous weight bully. Still got spanked. What, he gets a little taste of his own medicine that he accepted and got paid for? He agreed to it. Whooped. He said it won't matter. His own words. It won't matter. I'm gonna treat this boy, and got fucked up.
And Loma's the smaller man. He did it to Loma when Loma's much smaller.
Exactly. And you want to know what real
cheating is?
You want to know what real cheating is? Real cheating is conspiring with refs and officials to help you survive and win. That's real cheating. Cheating. You know is a fact. That little scared boy did.
If somebody wants to bitch about weight, you know what I say? If 3 pounds matters so much now, then Tank's win doesn't matter over Ryan because he drained him.
Yeah.
I don't give any credence.
It works both ways.
I'm not really going to give any credence to that win, regardless. As I said at the time, I wouldn't, because, dude, if you're not willing to fight someone at their best, just don't fight them. Like that. And if you only fight them with this handicap, then you're literally telling me you didn't want to fight them at their best. So
it's a weak win.
Yeah, if we happen to win, I'm supposed to cheer that you beat a handicapped man? Dude, what? Fuck out of here. Let me drain Ryan Garcia enough. I'll fuck him up too. Do I get credit for beating Ryan Garcia? No.
Look at Loma. How for greatness, he basically had to handicap himself.
Yeah.
Literally, because he was always fighting the bigger man. But obviously, the skill, would overcome that, and it did with Haney. But
and I'm not trying to I'm not praising the shit out of Ryan or anything. I'm just stating obvious shit. I'm not the biggest Ryan guy either or anything like that. The weight. Oh, what up, Precise? Oh, the weight definitely mattered. In fact, I wouldn't say the weight mattered. Well, look, this is why the weight mattered. Ryan didn't have to drain extra fluid out of his brain going into this fight. Devin did. Okay, that's always gonna have an effect. Especially someone who rehydrates as much as Haney. Absolutely, it has an effect. Do I give a fuck? No.
But Haney comes in massive anyway. He's on the snack.
Bully his whole career. He got a mild taste of his own medicine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's on snack anyway. No one snacks the best program out there.
Fully agree, bro. He got a taste. He got beat at his own game, and they're butthurt about it.
Yeah, exactly. Dude, and let's and again, I would rather have a referee helping me in the ring than 3 pounds. Facts. You won't dude, you give me a ref to help me? Holy shit, you have to be good.
It worked with Loma, though. He had him for Loma. Look at the coincidence, though. He had him in succession. Loma, well, not in succession, actually. It was Loma, the significant fights, actually. Loma and Ryan, he's in there. Same ref. And in the Loma fight, he had a big part in the fight because he was always like
anytime Fight Club gets fucking exposed, it's great for boxing because it just makes more people, second guess. Should I go down that road of trying to, even though I ain't really with the action, I could maybe bumper rail my career, get a title shot, maybe make these fools second guess.
I think this is going to make Shakur even worse now because he's going to look, that could have been me. I think it's going to make him even more gun shy and chin protective.
And everyone, I know he's going through it mentally because everyone's harping on him saying, if you're coming to stink the joint out, just stay retired. He's hearing this every day, all day. So, that's going to weigh on his mind too. I have to be more exciting, and let my hands go more, but I'm afraid to. That could really fuck him up.
He's got no dig though. He's got no punch.
You know what though?
He has no heart.
That network money going away is a good thing, bro.
Oh, absolutely. Because now the network ain't gonna be paying $4 million for a name versus a bum.
Yeah.
They're saying 2 names and a good undercard, or get the fuck out of here because we have to make our money back now. Because remember, with the networks, their sports budget was literally just like a slush fund from all their shows and other programs. They didn't even care to make money back from the HBO boxing. They didn't even turn a profit. They didn't care they took losses. They can't take losses in these other networks. That is their model. So they have to be able to generate whatever they're going to pay. If they're going to pay, say, $5 million, they better turn 7 or whatever. So yeah, they need.
That's why the Arabs. If you look at the card in LA, that Arab, the one that's coming over there, it looks like a UFC card. The odds, it's 50-50s. They want guarantees. They don't want a fucking tomato can.
Yep.
They want fucking.
And not only 2 fights.
It's going to change the demographic of boxing. I really do think so. The matchups.
Yes. I think the UFC helped, along with the networks collapsing. Heyman losing a lot of funding. All that together, it seems to only be helping us get better cards.
You know what we're seeing, bro? We're seeing a massive market correction.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah. I mean, the market got all screwed up in 2016, 2015. Really screwed up when guys were getting $6 million to fight, someone you've never heard of.
Well, look at Andrade on DAZN, the contract he signed. He was making guarantees, millions and millions fighting nobodies. Double world champion fight, and his biggest win is, what's his name? Williams from Wales.
That right.
Liam Williams. Damn, that's it's one of those. But he made millions.
That gravy train is out of gas now.
He faked it till he made it. I know he had an amateur career. Exactly, he did. He was with Crawford in the same, and one time Thurman in the same Olympic team or something. Amateurs.
Brainfield just nailed it. Someone was saying Heyman and Floyd ruined boxing. Floyd and Heyman had a stranglehold for too damn long, basically the same PBC. They were burning out the sport, smash and grabs. It was like a scam. It was the scam was take the Waddell and Reed money, overpay everyone, hopefully get everyone to sign us from seeing these big paydays for doing nothing. It didn't work, and then they couldn't sustain it. And they got a bunch of guys signed up, but the dates, it all fell apart. They couldn't do it. And now, the market's starting to correct itself. And I also wanted to address this from Devin Haney. Garcia showed how terrible the level of boxing is today. That looked like a club fight just between 2 young. Facts. Exciting, entertaining, but in terms of what you're actually seeing, technically wise and all that, extremely. Dude, you saw better shit on Friday Night Fights, ESPN.
That is a fact there. Shout out.
We need more cards like that.
But it was exciting. It also showed that you don't have to be super perfect at all times. Because look, the fight business, it's still show business, right? The Tyson's team understood this very well. Like when you go out, it's not just winning; it's win spectacularly, put on a show, make everyone talk. That's why they did the highlight reel and send it out to. It's all about the show, like in wrestling, WWE, they call it like the pop to get the crowd like rah. Like some fighters live for the roar more than the title, like for real,
Yeah.
And it's like the gladiator shit, right? It was the roar that they loved.
It's the eruption.
Yeah.
Yeah, fucking love it, don't they? It's like when you go to Disney World.
We are having fun when we roar. So when there's a guy like Shakur and it's just silent for an hour, like you think that's helping our sport? And then they'll fuck over someone who like should beat them to continue that bullshit? Like, well, I'm telling you, there should be no bigger sport in the world than fighting. I've always said this. You will never go watch the two best basketball teams in your neighborhood, or football teams, soccer teams, whatever in your neighborhood, are going to fight. People are betting money on it, but the two toughest guys are fighting down the street. Which one you going to? Like even the footballers are going and watching the fight first. Like it just is what it is. It's the rawest form of.
Yeah, boxing's for real, but basketball's just a game, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's just
Look,
boxing at its best is the best sport.
Oh yeah, it is. Oh, it's everything's boxing actually. It's life.
Yeah,
it's a lesson. It's everything actually.
What's boxing and football representing, right? A mini war. Two teams strategizing to defeat each other, right? Well, dude, purify that shit. Put two guys and bang, have them fight. Like it's literally the most purified form.
Virgil's looking a killer out here, though. He is.
Yeah, he didn't look too good in that.
He is a killer.
I think he not Delorme, the one before that. I think he took it easy on Guy though because he was hurt. But he looked sharp again versus Delorme. And granted, Delorme,
Well, like body punch, body knockout. It's always nice to see.
I got a question.
He was really fast, and his offense was flowing with the defense. I liked it.
He's a killer.
I have a question, man. I heard. I don't know how true it is, but because here's the thing. Some people. I saw a conversation where some people were questioning: is it good that Virgil's getting these quick fights due to the way he's rumored to be training? Because from what I've heard, he goes full throttle in sparring, so he's probably already shaking off the ring rust through that kind of training.
For sure.
So you think it's better that he's gotten these quick fights instead?
Yeah, I thought he should maybe have like one more than Delorme from his first fight back, but after seeing Delorme, and I know he's got a lot of time, so he can get right in the gym. Yeah, he's fine. Jump right in there, man.
How do you think I'm excited for that Tim Tszyu fight.
Will he be like the 100% he was, say, Kavaluskas or something like that? Maybe not, probably not, but close enough. Good.
I think he will. He said he wouldn't fight unless he was fully recovered. And then the last time he pulled out, it was from weight cutting, not even the same disease.
It's a quick turnaround though. It is. He's fighting straight away. Look, Virgil's had an easy win, and he's had a big, had a hard fight of Fundora, head injury, everything. It's a big turnaround. It's Virgil. Virgil will stop him.
And I just like Virgil's mentality, like since the beginning, going back to the whole Crawford thing of like, I don't care if I'm ready or not. I just want to fight. Like, let's go. Like,
yeah.
I don't care what people say. Should I have 3 more, 1 more? No, let's just go. Run it. Let's go. Same thing with Tim. He said, I don't care if I'm ready or not. Let's go. That's what you want.
Virgil's a killer. He is. He's got like the Beterbievs about him. He punches in straight lines through the middle. He's a killer. Look at his record. He shares that record with Beterbiev, doesn't he?
Yeah.
All 5 knockouts, and coincidentally, he's got some of his punching style is similar to Beterbiev.
Yeah, but with Jack, salute, brother. But with this whole, because I agree with you, obviously, they have the winner 90% of the time here. But with these better fights getting made now, we're going to see a lot of, upsets, whatever.
Action fights.
Yeah.
UFC results. Results.
Yeah.
How do you think?
Predictable.
You got to earn that money now, man. You got to really earn it.
Yeah, that's what they've said. The Arabs. That's it. They'll make the matchups. You've got to earn it. That's it.
Yeah.
No cuddly, no cotton wool fights anymore. Fucking
You're a
20
fighter,
easy
right?
fights.
You're a fighter, right? Then fight.
Yeah, prize fight.
Yeah, don't go walking around talking about you're so tough, but then you're scared to fight everyone. Like, God.
By the way, with that being said, I predict that Fury will not fight Usyk.
You don't think it's going to happen?
Nah, man, I don't believe in that dude.
Well, it's in a few weeks, though. It's in a few weeks.
You, but I think it's going to happen. I think it's going to be an amazing fight, too. I do.
It's the fight of the century, isn't it?
I hope it happens, man, but I've just learned.
No, I think it's going to be amazing, dude. Because Fury's taking the shit serious. If you look at him, he's in really good shape. So, and we know who's coming down there.
It's going to be the best fight ever. No cap. Last of the century. Dude, it's going to be unbelievable.
I'm telling you, you don't want to miss it, man. It's going to be dirty. There's going to be dirty shit in it, for sure. But I'm telling you, it's going to be exciting. So I know they're going to go all out and try anything. It's going to be fucking good, man. But I wanted to ask about this with Madrimov because you guys know I was real high on Madrimov. I was following him throughout his early career, and up until like 2 years ago, I haven't really paid attention. What the hell's been going on with him?
Staying active, getting stoppages.
He hasn't been hurt or anything like that, or has he gotten dropped or anything recently?
Not that I know of.
Because if it's the same Madrimov I'm always been used to, and nothing's like going on with him, dude, this is in my opinion, this is Crawford's toughest fight ever.
Oh, for sure, definitely is. I think it's a great fight.
I do too. I love it.
The size, the size.
Can you pull up a picture of that card? Because that card is stacked.
As long as it's on the level, man, I'll give Crawford a ton of credit. That's a fucking. I've loved the thought of this fight for a long time.
Yeah, you heard.
I still think Crawford wins though. When they do the face to face, Crawford. They stay the same size. Crawford's a big lad.
Exactly. I thought going into it, I thought Madrimov.
Oh, they were looking each other in the eyes. He looked like he was a natural. Crawford's a natural 154. I think he'll even be better at 154.
Crawford looked a little bit bigger, dude.
Crawford's a big lad. He's got more reach.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
They both rely on that, the athleticism, the check left hooks. I think it. Crawford is going to play it safe, high guard, move around the outside of the ring, try and catch him, and like he usually does. And I think later in the fight, he's going to end up catching him. He just has to avoid getting caught himself, because I do think Madrimov could put Crawford's lights out too.
But Crawford did say Madrimov is sort of predictable in the sense that he does one thing, he comes forward. He doesn't fight on the back foot or anything. He comes to you, so it's that in essence is predictable. So you can plan for that.
He comes forward with his hands down too. He comes forward with his hands down too.
So I think Crawford will just sidestep him, which Crawford's a switch hitter. He can time in both hands, doing both sides, and he kind of will.
I have Crawford winning as well, but I love it.
Yeah, I got Crawford stoppage, let alone winning.
Yeah, I think
it's just this guy's on the plate for Crawford, literally beautifully picked. I mean, it's what it is. It's just on the plate. Crawford will just be able just to piece him up, as they say.
And the speed difference. Like I've said this.
Yeah, because Madrimov's coming to you. He only knows how to fight one way. He sort of wants to run you over.
And it's only going to take so long. So it's only going to take a few rounds for Crawford starts to get his timing down, his range.
6 rounds, and he's game over.
Yeah, he'll start zapping.
He's beautifully matched for Crawford to shine. Really
this
is
the best advice I can give to any of y'all that ever bet on fights or whatever. If two guys are relatively evened out in terms of skills, one could be like I'm not talking necessarily like power to outbox. Like their power don't have to be equal, but in terms of just their general abilities overall, if they're relatively equal, but one guy has a noticeable speed advantage, go speed kills. Go for that. Bet on speed every fucking time. And this fight is like a perfect example of that to me. Crawford's definitely got a speed advantage. The size isn't what I thought it was. I mean, yeah. I think he's gonna zap him.
You think Crawford will lose? Do you? Damn,
No, not me. No.
No.
Oh.
You know, the other chap.
Oh, okay.
Yo, even though this is a smaller fight, no pun intended. I want your thoughts, Anthony, because I know I spoke to Alan about this, and if you other guys got thoughts, let me know. What are your thoughts on Roman finally getting his homecoming fight at Nicaragua?
Yeah, I didn't know that, but that's awesome.
Yeah, he's gonna
So he's not retired then, isn't he? Chocolatito.
possibly. From what I've heard, he does say he does have one more goal, and that's why he's staying hungry. But once he gets that one goal done, he's calling it a career. Getting that bantamweight belt. So this is probably like a homecoming fight just to get him back going. And there's two fighters that are undertaken. You know, the one of the sponsors that Chocolatito's under, and one of them is Takuma Inoue. I think that's who he's gonna fight in December. That's my prediction. But yeah.
I tell you what, Chocolatito, he's like the last of the old school breed, really, if you think about it. Pacquiao went and whatever, but Chocolatito, in terms of technique and skill set, there isn't anybody sort of doing it, is it? Really now, Shakur's hand. Do you know what I'm saying? The style, the technique, and the weaving, and just the skill set and the pocket.
I love that style.
That style of the old. Loads of fighters were like that back in the day.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Now they're just fucking, like I say, they're McDonald's fucking fighters. They really are. From these new gyms with no character.
Speaking of Virgil, do you guys think he looked a little soft in the middle at 54?
A little bit. I mean, it wasn't, as he stays in the gym. But real quick to this Madrimov thing, because I've always said this about Virgil. The style that will always give someone like Crawford, and Crawford particularly, trouble, is Virgil. He does. It's just like a terrible stylistic matchup for Crawford. Which is why, I mean, Crawford couldn't have jumped in and smoked him early in his career if he wanted to. He didn't want to. He knows that's a dangerous fucking fight.
Yeah, that's a good point.
But that's so dangerous.
It will be harder for Crawford going forward, yes.
You know
because
how
one's
you beat
getting older, one's getting better also.
You know how you beat a guy like Crawford? You box him when he fights, and you fight him when he boxes.
Yeah, definitely. Absolutely.
Yeah, you gotta know how to switch up the game.
If you can fight with him, though, he's gonna just box. He'll the second like post him. As soon as he realized he couldn't just stand and do what he wanted with post hall, just turned into like a track meet. Happens a lot. Even started happening. I mean, it happens all the time. He'll just his opponents will tire out, and then he'll still be fresh. Come on, later in the fight.
I think it's kind of like dealing with Haney, man. You got to hurt him early, right? Catch him with a big shot and set the tone of the fight. Yeah,
the only thing with Crawford though is he at least he's more man. You know what I mean? Like you hurt him, he's coming to hurt you back. Devin, he might want to hurt you back, but he ain't gonna like risk it to really do it. If you give him the opportunity, he'll take something and zap you. But like, you gotta go walk into when someone hits you, you just gotta go. Like it's go. Like you go. Like whatever's coming back, it don't matter. You're going pushing right through it. Get in there. That's what you do. But Haney don't have that.
He's soft.
Crawford has done it. He'll put the high guard up, just march right in, and then start banging.
But Crawford was brought up different, wasn't he? He was fighting kids in the neighborhood, as the old tales tells. Yeah. In the backyard fighting, his mother tells. Haney wasn't doing that. He was playing Nintendo or whatever. He wasn't.
Like me and Alan were talking about this. Like kids of our like Bud's era are like, we were like just Lord of the Flies. You didn't have really parents raising you.
He's the Nintendo box.
And then you got to go back. Imagine like the 70s in Panama with Duran. Like that's why you get these fucking animals.
Yeah, they're born tough. Yeah, born tough.
Animals. And then you think someone who literally grew up sleeping on silk sheets can compete.
Yeah.
It ain't happening.
not built for it.
They're not built for it like that. They're not. They know they want. They're not rags to riches.
And they know it, which is why they had like their gutters with bumpers. Like they get their refs and their judges and rehydration clauses and wear these gloves and like it's like you are bitches. Like just why are you even in the sport?
To make easy money.
But his dad had the promoter, wasn't
I
he?
use someone from my area, Sammy Vasquez, right? PBC fighter, military guy from my neighborhood, right? The dude, like, he could have stuck around. He would have ended up getting some title fights, getting more paydays. He went in, he got a couple nice paydays, bought his little construction business, all the equipment shit he needed, stepped the fuck back. Comfortable life. You got a nice little head start, chilling. Like, why these people got to be so greedy and just, like, fuck the sport up for 20 years? Like, if it's for the money, then come in, hit a lick, get the fuck out. Like, don't ruin it. Like,
yeah, they're in it for that short while on there. They're in it for that short while so they get what they can. Just like in politics.
It was some damage for a few years, but I'm glad things are looking better at the moment.
I mean, the Arabs are going to shake it up, bad or worse, we don't know, but they definitely will shake it up. And boxing does need a shake up.
I just hope it's not. I just hope it's not another Saudi UFC situation where the Eastern fighters, not all of them. There's some savages from the Eastern countries, but a lot of the Eastern fighters for UFC, if you know, you know. What's up, Aldo? But they're catered to when they fight in Saudi Arabia, and they only fight in Saudi Arabia because they get like almost 40 hours of rehydration time.
Well, I don't think we have to necessarily worry about that. Because it's the UFC is the only.
Yeah, the loopholes. I don't even mean loopholes.
Yeah, but the UFC is the only promoter in town, right? The good thing with boxing in this regard, it's not necessarily good at all times, but in this regard, as we see these cards keep getting better, everyone got to step their game up. So each promoter individually is going to have to just keep stepping their fucking game up, and that's only good for us. So,
yeah,
there might be a fight here and there with some bullshit, obviously, but in general, I think it's only going to help us just on the terms of at least getting the guys in the ring together that we want to see.
Yeah. From all the fights that are coming up, like all these big ones, which ones do you think, like top 5, which ones are you think are going to be the most entertaining that you know of?
I really think Usyk Fury is there. I really do.
Yeah, to me, Usyk Fury, because it's something that we've never seen before in heavyweight history.
I can already kind of see how this shit's going to play out. I've literally ran this shit in my head, like just laying in bed, just thinking about it. I think they're both going to come out and try to do a little boxing. I think Fury's going to see how well his range can work. I think Usyk's going to get the better of him in the first 2 rounds, maybe 3 in boxing. Fury's going to turn it up, start making it nasty, ugly. It's going to get a little rough, ugly again for a few rounds, and then they're just going to start trying to do this. Again, it's going to be similar to the last Wilder Fury fight, where it's going to end up turning into like a fucking fight. I really expect that. I don't think we can get anything else with these two guys. I just don't. I really don't. Because Fury, I don't think Fury can outbox him on the distance. I just don't. So I think he's going to start putting that, the pace on him, try to rough him up, and Usyk ain't no bitch. He's going to fight fire with fire, and it's going to get brutal. I don't know who's going to win, honestly.
I think
it's going to be more of a fight. It's going to be a fight.
I think rhythm is going to be the problem for Fury, man.
It could be. I mean, if Usyk can do that, then I'll give him so much credit because I think it's just going to be harder than for the majority of the fight. I think he might be able to do it for 4 rounds, 5 rounds maybe. There's going to be a fight's going to break out.
The only way Fury wins is if he targets Usyk's weakness, which is the body. Okay, if Fury was to be successful to the body, which he can do, and he has got reach, some sort of strength, and whatever he can do, you'll break Usyk's rhythm. Then he's got a chance of winning. Otherwise, Usyk would run away with it on points. Quite frankly, he won't stop. He won't stop.
Are you basing that on the Dubois fight?
No, well, in other fights, even AJ, there's been another fight.
Even if he is weak to the body, it's going to.
No, that's his only weakness, I think.
He's
got a good chin.
It's going to be very dangerous for a taller fighter to reach to the shorter guy's body. It's always like recipe for disaster. It's why, like guys like Golovkin wouldn't go to like a Canelo's body because you got to reach down, and those faster hands are up high, like Usyk's are as well. The back zap you every time. So it's like yeah,
so it's one of those because
in the clinches he can definitely well on him for sure. But like I definitely wouldn't be trying to like stick a right.
But you'd have to target. He has to target that. Otherwise, Usyk will box. He'll box. He'll get in his rhythm. And if think about Usyk, he ups the level each round.
Yeah,
so increases it when the other guys are decreasing because of the exertion of energy. He increases. That's his, and to me, he's the best at balancing and conserving his energy for the fight and for the appropriate times when to use his energy.
Bro, that rhythm is a motherfucker.
You see what I'm saying? So he ups it. So he puts the other fighter in a false sense of security. The other fighter thinks, oh, I'm in here. Oh, he's like, this ain't so bad. But then he increases gradually. And then the other guy's with his tongue out. He's awesome at doing that, Usyk. That's his secret, actually.
We saw
because you got to think big guys at the latter stages, they huffing and a puffing. And Usyk somehow he's got this knack of just conserving his managing his sort of energy in his tank just at another level.
Here's a basic
it gradually. He finishes on the up.
Here's a basic question.
Go for it.
Who's the better athlete, Joshua or Fury?
Joshua.
And we saw
Joshua does.
And we saw what Usyk did to him, bro. He literally wore him out.
Yeah, that's the feints though. That's the problem with Usyk. He's feints. They say he's feints alone are enough to wear you down. Yes, they are. Just like he did to Bellew. The first 6 rounds, that was all feints. Because you react. These guys can't help it. They react. That exerts energy. You're reacting, doesn't it?
The reason why I think it's going to have to be a fight for Fury is in terms of boxing. Yeah, I don't think he can keep up. Also, activity. Usyk's so much busier than Fury. Fury don't throw a lot of punches. He's gonna.
Yeah, Fury has to go rough. Yeah, he has to rough it up. He has to. He has to. And that's what I was saying. Rough it up, body punching if he can, whatever. Otherwise, Usyk will run away with it. He would, and he will.
Because AJ was pretty busy. Like, he was throwing a lot of punches himself, and still wasn't enough. And he, even with throwing like combos, like Quags and AJ was punching it there, like he's still throwing 2, 3s, 4s, and really not landing anything. Usyk's more 1s, 1, 2. Just the vast majority of the time, it's 1 or 2 at a time.
But that's the intriguing thing about this fight. I just can't wait for that first, second round just to see like any fight, what they do, what they adopt. I just can't wait for that first round because it's a hard one to predict. It is because we kind of don't know what they're gonna. We can't see what they can do.
You're gonna see Usyk come out. Start stepping this dude, start turning him, right? Like getting into a rhythm, and you're gonna start to see the left hand come out. He's gonna find the angles.
Yeah, absolutely.
And add more telling shots, and I can see that. I know you mean have more telling shots. Fury's just gonna try and get him on the ropes, rough him up, nasty upper ones on the inside. Just think. Yeah, that's what he's going to try and do. He's trying to maul. He is. He's going to try and maul. He has to.
But you know what I call that? Quicksand, bro. the more effort you put in, the more it's gonna hurt you later, man.
Yeah, definitely might. Because again, Usyk isn't. He's not going to tire before Fury. I really don't think so, and I think he's way stronger than people will give him credit for. In terms of in comparison to Fury, I think he'll be able to hold his own relatively. But he could versus AJ. I think AJ's physically much stronger than fucking Fury.
Well, the thing about Usyk is sometimes not necessarily also the strength. He knows how. He's got the locks. He knows all the dirty tricks too, and all that. To use someone's strength against him.
You're right. No, you're right.
Oh, he knows how to do that. The leverage.
Yes.
He's awesome at that shit.
No, that's
of course he is. He's intelligent, isn't he?
Great point.
Whereas AJ, he isn't intelligent. He doesn't know how to use his leverage. No way. And sometimes you can be bigger, but how do you use your biggerness, so to speak? But Usyk, he knows the locks. He knows how to lock. He knows the locks on the inside. He's got that extensive amateur career, hasn't he? He's learned all the ring
I say there's a reason that Fury faked an injury and went on the Slim Fast diet because he knows. He knows.
Oh yeah, he's in much better shape.
Right.
Like,
I think he was caught up in two minds how to come into this. I think initially he thought weight, but I think now he's made a U-turn and he's gone slim.
Fury's arms are back to like the Cunningham when he fought Cunningham, like that era.
Yeah, they are actually good point. That is a good point. He's got shape.
He's training his ass off.
He has got. You can see his shoulder.
He's fucking training his ass off.
That's what it's gonna be. I think that can be Fury's mistake, losing too much weight. Because if he wants to use the lever, the size and maul him and everything, I don't know if
if we could get audio of Fury in the gym, it's probably like he's not knocking me out.
I know. Yeah, it'd be good to see it'd be good to watch their sessions. These boxers,
Well, I mean,
gym.
That's the same side the Wallin cut happened on too, huh? Yeah, that is a good point to bring up. He definitely might get busted open again.
Oh, if you got to target it, definitely.
Yeah, for sure.
Once it's cracked and it's been opened twice or 3 times now, definitely 2 times.
It's not gonna. It don't have much time to heal. It's almost guaranteed.
Nothing. All you got to do is touch it. That's opening.
It's almost guaranteed.
Of course it is. And his skin, he's also got pale, the pale sort of weak skin. He hasn't got tough skin like that. He cuts and bruises. Oh, that will open straight away. And if that opens early, that can change the fight and make it very, very awkward.
Bro, my buddy from back in the day was in the chat here. Not everyday boxer for years. He was in here earlier. Where Fury, Aldo, so what up, Aldo? Says Fury's the only man in the world where skinny fat is considered amazing shape. My buddy, he was just in here basically. I'm sorry, dude. He was skinny fat. He was skinny fat like Fury, but he was like 190. But dude, it worked. It worked amazingly. It did. Still light on his feet, had big power. Like don't let that skinny fat shit fool you.
That's hilarious, man. Skinny fat.
Don't let it. That's what we called it too. Skinny fat. It's exactly what I always called it. Skinny fat. Motherfucker, skinny fat. Have like thin arms, long and shit, but just a belly. Like what the fuck you got love handles in a belly for, but nothing else. Like.
Well, I've always said Fury's the only fighter that can moon the crowd without dropping his trunks.
Politics, money. Well, I did see the one dude, Sheik or whatever, the Turkey guy or whatever the dude doing the fight, said something about said something to Fury like, what we expect from you, or we know what you want. What we want from you, or it was something, and it definitely had the tone of we expect you to win, which I thought was a little wild to say to either of the fighters. I don't know if they said that to Usyk too or something like it. I didn't see that. I don't know. Maybe. Definitely seemed a little sketchy though.
Who do you guys think the business wants to win? Sort of like, you know, who's the A side? Who's the A side?
You have to say Fury because Usyk just doesn't bring. He's not a big money guy.
Yeah. Do you think it's you know?
They would love for, since AJ just sparked out fucking Ngannou, if Fury could win this, they would love to make that fight in the UK.
Because it does,
or Saudi Arabia or wherever the shit is, whatever. But that's the big money fight. That's absolutely where the business.
There is a big market in that one, definitely.
Absolutely.
I don't see AJ winning that one.
But the thing is, I want to see that regardless. I don't fuck.
Yeah. Because both would have losses. Yes, both would have losses.
Yeah, like it's
AJ losses. AJ would have a loss. So I'm not. Fury would have a loss. AJ would have a loss. So it would still be.
And they don't have to just fight once. Like I don't know what the hell all this waiting around and like fight multiple times. Remember, there's not like a long list of great fighters where you can like so start running it with each other.
Yeah.
My son told me about Strickland Duplessis. I didn't see the fight though.
Usyk, do you reckon if Usyk wins, he continues? What's he say? Because he's 37, is he 38?
Yeah, I don't know what you do.
What do you reckon? Because to him, if he wins, he completes the game, doesn't he?
Yeah, he definitely does.
No, he does though.
Yeah, if it's fight night career mode, it's to the point where I'm like, do I want to have a couple defenses like versus the
No, but you complete the game, don't you?
Yeah. But the game's beat. You know, it's like how long do I want to push it? The game's beat.
Just cherry pick the full.
Yeah.
Music needs some DLC, man.
Just cherry pick everybody.
Yeah.
There's loads of good cherry picks though. Usyk could run through all these young kids coming up.
With this Tyson Jake Paul thing, okay, first of all, Jake Paul couldn't beat Tyson if they fight a million times, right? He can't win. It's a glorified sparring.
What about now though?
No, absolutely not. And dude, anyone who's been in the gym knows, like, dude, I'll put a 60-year-old.
He might run.
Bro,
he will run.
This is the thing. He can't keep Mike off of him. No way.
I can't dynamite.
Look, if Mike wants to be in his chest, he's in his chest all night, short arms bombing, and Jake can't fight on the inside. He don't have defense.
14-ounce gloves they're wearing. It's crazy.
It's a whole glorified sparring session. It's not a real
massive.
fight.
Dude, he stands like a girl, man.
It's not a real fight, man. Look, anyone knows this. Them old timers into gym. I'm not talking world champs. I'm talking guys old, like amateurs, teenagers, but they're like 50, 60. They beat ass. All right, that ain't Mike Tyson. That's just some dude who's been boxing for 20 years. They are monsters. So, like, don't let an old dude fool you. They will fucking brutalize you.
Do you think Tyson's going to light his ass up then or what?
Look, if I could talk tonight, no, hold up, listen. I don't think he's going to. I don't. Because I know what Mike's doing right now. Mike's listening to his fucking wife, and she's being like, you know, on that the white people shit, honestly. Like, keeping a buck. Like, look, Jake Paul's a star. You got to be nice. You got to do good business here, Mike. This is good for the family, for your kids, blah, blah, blah. If I talk to him, I'd be like, Mike, for the culture, you got to kill this kid. Look, you can't ever go to distance with a Disney kid. He must die. Like, Disney. Any mistakes you made in your life, you can redeem them tonight, Mike. Mike,
hey, this goes on their record, by the way. This goes on their record.
What do you think Tupac would tell you right now? Go. What do you think Homo from back in Brooklyn would tell you right now? Like
Tupac in jail visiting him.
Yeah, that's what someone needs to be in Mike's ear telling him. Not that, like, oh, this is for the kids.
I'm telling you now, if Mike Tyson loses and Jake Paul wins, Tupac will come from the dead.
It's gonna be a glorified sparring session. He's not even gonna be punching at Jake's head. Like
Mike needs a Mickey. I want to see
Yeah,
this
he
YouTuber's guts on the canvas.
yeah, man. Yeah, bro. Like no, Mike's easily controlled by emotions, right? You just gotta you just gotta get the right emotions. Be like, you will never be forgiven, Mike. The fucking hood needs you, man. Crush this motherfucker. Like you talk about good business future. You want more fights? Crush him. If it's close, no one wants to see anything from you ever again. Smoke him. And maybe he does. Like maybe he is like maybe that's what he plans on doing. I don't know.
He beat Roy Jones. I thought he beat Roy Jones when he had that little fuck about with Roy Jones.
He wasn't even allowed to punch to the head.
Yes, he wasn't, but I thought he beat Roy Jones.
Yeah, he did.
He did. He put that pressure on Roy Jones.
And I just saw Roy talking about that. And he said, like, Jake obviously needs to stay away. And he's like, but he can't. He's like, Mike is too good at closing that. He's like, I couldn't stay away. He's like, there's no way Jake's staying away from him. He's going to be right in his chest.
Mike Tyson's the best 3-round fighter ever. He's the best 3-round fighter ever, easily.
And Roy, yeah, no doubt. And Roy said,
no, he is. If I had to pick any fighter, 3-round fights to pick, I know you can box and move. I'm picking Mike Tyson.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because of his record says it. He's got.
Let's let him go 0 to 100. Yeah, 0 to 100 for 10 minutes.
Because he's gonna come out for like a fucking.
Yeah, we literally
dynamite.
You really
Kid Dynamite. You're gonna come out like dynamite on your ass.
Nobody could stand in front of that. No. That's all it was. You just couldn't stand there.
No, but his record actually suggests that he's the best 3-round fighter in the history of boxing. He actually is. Oh, yeah. Because of his first, his knockout ratio in the first, early rounds is huge. He had that record, didn't he? I'm sure first round knockout, so many first round. I think he still does. It's him and Shannon Briggs that went on the knockout spree.
Yeah, Mike held back. I'll drop the link right now, bro. Mike held back a lot because they were told to. Like I think that was part of the deal with Roy in the ring.
He says, "Don't hurt."
Yeah, because Roy said we were told not to try to take each other's heads off.
Don't hurt.
Like you mean you didn't want Mike taking your head off? Is what you mean? That's what you really.
Roy said in the interviews after, he said, "Bloody hell, Mike Tyson's still bloody."
Yeah, and he said,
he's still packing. That should still felt.
Yeah, he just did. And he said Mike is still so hard to hit. He's like, I couldn't hit.
That's it. Yeah, that's it.
Like, because it's just those little movements, the like old school shit. You only got to move an inch, just whoop, whoop, right out the way.
Yeah, his jab was lost. Roy Jones's jab was lost in the wind.
I give it 2 rounds before Paul's looking for the exit, bro.
Oh, so it's not an exhibition.
I hope it's on the stretcher.
If it's not an exhibition, Jake's getting murdered, bro.
Yeah, it's officially a professional fight.
Yeah, it goes on record. It goes on the records.
Are they using 10-ounce gloves? 10-ounce gloves, 3-minute rounds?
14-ounce.
Yeah, then it ain't a real fight.
And it's 8 rounds, 2 minutes, 2-minute rounds.
It is still an exhibition.
But that suits Mike Tyson 2-minute rounds because that's like boom, boom, boom.
It absolutely does.
He's gonna go. He's gonna quick charge or bang.
You know what?
Jake Paul gets the benefit of the 14-ounce gloves, but Mike gets the benefit of the 2-minute rounds.
Yeah, you're right. Bro, hold on, real quick. I just want to make this clear to everyone so they still understand that 14-ounce gloves really don't matter. Dude, at over 40 years old, I'll say broke. I definitely fractured, cracked. 20-something boxers. 180-pounders ribs with 14-ounce gloves while weighing like 150. All right, I'm not Mike Tyson. Like, I have broken ribs with 14-ounce gloves. Imagine what Mike fucking Tyson can still do with gloves. Like, and this kid was bigger than me, so I don't want to hear like way bigger. So it's not like, well, Jake's a little bigger guy too. He's 200 pounds, 220, whatever he's gonna be. It's like, yeah, it don't really matter though. Like,
Hey, Ant, how hard would you laugh if this is a replay of Mercer versus Morrison?
That's what it should be. That's what I'm saying. Like, if Mike just comes out and if Mike just charges across the ring and goes ham, it's over like instantly. He can't stand there. Like, Jake isn't a fighter. Like, come on, guys.
Hello. Can everybody hear me?
Jake isn't a fighter.
Yeah.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Hello. Let me introduce myself real quick. This is Joseph, the Native Stud. How you doing, Mr. Thunder Boxer?
What up, bro?
Okay. I have a couple questions for you. Would you mind answering them?
I'll go for it.
I don't like to make requests, but I have a question. I've been watching your videos for a very, very long time. I say you're doing a really great job. And I was wondering, can you do a film study on Salvador Sanchez?
Oh, I didn't think that's where it was going.
I need to pay you $5.
They don't gotta pay me nothing, but yeah, I could. I can't do it right now.
Because can I say something?
I'm surprised I haven't done one already, honestly, but I haven't. Yeah, what's up?
Lots of people talk about, and I'm not gonna name any people, any race, any nationalities, but they always talking about, Mexicans flat-footed this, flat-footed that. But then I look at the archive, and I see, Filinito Lopez, Salvador Sanchez, and I see that Mexicans that got, footwork. So that's how I was kind of shocked when I saw this guy.
I really don't know where this whole Mexicans are flat-footed thing comes from.
Wink.
Yeah. They've never been flat-footed. They've always been bouncing up on their toes in and out, tons of punches. Like, go back to like the Pereira, Morales, the Marquezes. Like, even a relatively pure counterpuncher like Marquez is up on his toes.
Yeah.
They do all styles Mexican. I mean, they can. There's the old cliche where they say, "Oh, they're flat-footed." This and that. Yeah, they're flat-footed fighter, but they have everything. They can, they.
Yeah, like
I wouldn't say they're known as back foot fighters. That's for sure.
You could infer that like someone like a Juan Gonzalez is flat-footed, but does it matter? Like, you know what I mean? He's brilliant.
True.
Flat-footed doesn't always mean bad.
No.
Yeah, because you can be flat-footed but glide through the canvas.
Exactly.
Yeah. You don't have to hippity hop. You can glide through that canvas, sort of.
Like Joe Louis. Yes, great at that. Just glide.
Yes, that's it. Yeah, that's it.
And I forgot to tell you. You remember Fernando Martinez? He was the Argentinian 115-pounder that you were impressed by.
Yeah,
he's unifying with Kazuto Ioka in June.
Yeah, I didn't hear about any of this. Yeah.
That's a great fight.
Yeah.
Hey, what do you guys think? I mean, what do you guys think to Inoue, by the way? Because he's fighting soon.
He's number one pound for pound. He's been the most world champions.
Do you reckon Inoue's can lose that or what?
I think Neri's got to come out guns blazing for as long as he lasts, and if he doesn't get him out of there, then he's up Schitt's Creek.
Neri is dangerous. Neri is dangerous. He's got Japanese on his record too. I still think Inoue is.
I know Neri real well. He's getting smoked.
I know Inoue is a killer. He's a killer. He's different. He definitely is different.
Ray got a good point here. The fighters calling others flat-footed or just scared to exchange.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's true.
It is.
Third Dome Boxing. I got a question for you. Another question.
Yep.
Shakur Stevenson's two mandatories are two Mexicans, William Cepetea and Raymond Mortaya. I was wondering, do you think those guys have a chance against Shakur Stevenson by any chance?
No, not really.
Wait, who against Shakur?
In a level playing field. Excuse me. on a level playing field, maybe. But
wait, Shakur versus who?
You ain't getting a fair fight versus Shakur, man.
William Cepetea and Raymond Morataya. I think he trains with Robert Garcia. Raymond Morataya.
Yeah, he can win. He can beat Shakur. Of course he can.
Oh, they can on a level playing field. That's what I'm saying. For sure.
But when you talk about Shakur, it's not. You shouldn't say can he beat Shakur. It's about can you knock him out.
Exactly.
Because these guys, you're not going to get a decision. So you got to think, can I knock you out? Can you knock him out? Can he? Look at Ryan only won because he got 4 knockdowns. So Muratalla needs a knock. He needs a knockout or knockdowns.
You don't think he can outbox him like Floyd Mayweather versus Canelo?
No, he's not going to get a decision. You'd have to be. You're not going to get a decision. Sorry, that's out of the question.
And they're gonna be getting low blowed, like 30.
Yeah, no chance.
Do you think
he's fighting the fighter's style, and the ref intervening?
There's literally one fighter who is not scary at all that I would be scared to fight him, and that's Shakur Stevenson. You're not getting a fair fight. You're getting relatively shafted in every way possible.
Yeah, ho.
Hey, real quick, Furioso, you have no need to raise your voice, bro. You come in loud and clear.
I know. I thought the microphone was shit. It probably is.
No, man, you're plenty loud, bro.
All right, mate.
Oh, I had a question for you, Thunder Boxing. I was wondering, the new fighter that Terence Crawford is fighting, he's an Eastern European that trained with Bivol versus Canelo before Bivol faced Canelo. And he also was training with Gennady Golovkin through like the Russian school, like the Russian academy. Do you think he's a top Eastern European fighter that could, give a problem to Bud Crawford's style?
He's a top Eastern European fighter, but he actually fights more like a Westerner than an Eastern European fighter. So that's where we were talking about this fight earlier. I actually lean towards Bud winning, but I still think it's probably the best guy Bud has ever fought. But he's more up on his toes, hands down, loose like a whip type jab rather than the like gloves high, straight the better defense the jab like the Golovkin or a Virgil Ortiz, not necessarily Eastern European, but has that style, or maybe even a little more Bivolish. But yeah, he's a little more like freestyle, definitely more like Westernized. He's Eurasian, to be more specific. Still considered that Eastern Bloc, bro. Like Golovkin is also Eurasian, still considered an Eastern Bloc. Provodnikov, Eurasian, still considered Eastern Bloc.
Janibek.
Yeah, he's Asian. Whatever. Yeah, you're right. Doesn't make me a fuck. You fuck.
Yeah. Oh,
but because of that, it's their styles being relatively similar, but I think Crawford just does it better. Now, I don't know if what makes it interesting is, to me, Crawford is vulnerable. Like he's vulnerable, which makes his fights exciting. But I don't, can Madrimov capitalize on it? I don't know if he could take a big shot from Madrimov and get hurt and like survive and fight his way out of it, like he did versus Mean Machine or Gamboa or whatever. I don't know if he could do that with Madrimov. I love the fight myself. I think it's a long ways away, but I like the fight.
I have a question. I saw your film study on Poots and Boots. It was like for 1 hour long. And I was wondering, do you think Poots and Boots can dethrone Crawford or not? He getting smoked.
Not at all.
For real?
No.
It could be like the next Muhammad Ali or Fernell Whitaker,
No. No, I don't see Crawford ducking Boots. It's Boots who don't want to fight, bro. All you got to do is go watch. All the bullshit gets cut out. Watch $1 million worth of game a podcast. It's on YouTube. Crawford is on it. The Gilly and Wallow, the hosts, are from Philly. They know Boots. They call Boots. They're asking Crawford, why are you ducking our boy? Why are you ducking our boy? He's like, when the fuck am I? Like, he don't want it. They call Boots on the phone. Crawford sons him. Like, there's no, he's like, when did you ever try to fight me? When do you want to fight? Like, I'll fight when. Boots is silent as hell. He clearly never, ever tried or was eager to fight Crawford. And Crawford made it clear, like, you want it, I'll serve you. And, dude, Boots, again, a lot of talent. He has huge deficiencies, man. Mainly in his defense. And Bud is a pinpoint puncher. He's and so fast, he's fucking dude up. Bad. Real bad. Like, real bad.
What's your thoughts on the Puerto Rican uprising star Xander Zayas?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
There's a Puerto Rican boxer at 154 named Xander Zayas. Have you heard of him?
Oh, yeah. Xander's
From Top Rank?
I honestly ain't seen that dude in a long time.
He hasn't fought in a little bit.
Yeah, he was coming up. There was a lot of guys like him, Elvis, and Verdejo, all those guys.
He's good. He's all right, but I don't think he's got crazy power like that. He's a good boxer. He's a good fighter.
I was going to ask about since Virgil Ortiz is going to fight Tim Tszyu. Since Virgil's been out for a year, 6 months because he fainted 2 times and he's fought 2 tune-up fights that's only lasted for 2 rounds each fight, 1 round if you were to add the rounds up.
Yeah.
Do you think, because he hasn't fought at 154, all his fights been at catchweight and middleweight, that's going to be a problem against Tim Tszyu? What do you do to Ryan Garcia and come up?
In theory, you know, you would think it could be right, but when you actually just look at like who these guys are, you know, Virgil's still really young. It's not like he would have. You could take time off at that age. You're not really going to lose much of a step, especially you keeping yourself in shape relative. And we know he's, you know, like G even pointed out, dude's busting his ass in the gym. A lot of hard sparring. I would have, before the Delorme fight, I was thinking I'd want him to have at least another fight after Delorme. But because he looked real slow in his first comeback play, but I think he took it easy on that dude because the guy had the health issues. But with Delorme, he looked like what he always did. Fast, offense, defense flowing together, like powerful. Like he looked just what he always was. So it's like he's clearly putting in the work in the gym. And again, you look, the big fights aren't guaranteed in this sport. This is something these young fighters need to learn. It could be your very next fight. You go in a tune-up and just get sparked. And now your big fight is done. So really, like, I wouldn't. Like they say, never, ever turn down the title fight, right? Regardless, it don't even matter if you like haven't even had a fight camp. You don't turn it down because anything can happen. It's like the same thing with these big fights. Like, damn, you're going to get to fight Tim Tszyu in a big-ass fight. If you win that, now you're catapulted into just big fights. So it's like definitely go for it. And I don't see it really mattering, honestly. I don't like at all. I don't think it'll matter at all.
Tim Tszyu's going to get stopped, dude. Tim Tszyu hasn't got power like that. He's all right boxer. Medium to... He's got all right power, like 60%, 65%. Virgil's a killer. Virgil's going to go through him.
And he's way faster.
He's not even going to...
Better defense.
Not going to be able to hang with Virgil. So if they... he just won't. Because if it's like, give me one, and I'll give you one, Virgil's got a good chin. He's just going to go through him. I really do think so.
I agree. I absolutely agree.
Yeah.
And Tim Tszyu, I actually thought Tim Tszyu might have a size advantage, and he don't.
No, because Virgil's a 5'10". He's a big dude.
Yeah, he's big too.
He's a big dude. He looks perfect at 154.
Yeah, exactly. That's where he belongs.
So, I mean, he's big. He's bigger than Canelo.
Yeah,
5'10". He's a massive dude.
No, yeah, he's another one of these guys.
When he fights Crawford, he'll be 2 inches taller. This and that. He'll be quite an imposing size on Crawford at that weight. Yeah, like you said earlier, he should have done him at 147 because at 154, Virgil's like a big 154, 5'7", 5'10". Sorry, Crawford's 5'8".
And Ortiz is only going to be getting better. Crawford's just getting older.
Oh yeah.
I expect both of them to win.
The bars on the downs. Yeah,
and they
I think Crawford's high.
Everyone knows that's been like my fight that I've wanted to see for years now. Ortiz.
Who you got your money on?
Crawford
against Ortiz.
I mean, obviously, like anything can change. You never know what's going to happen in terms of fights. But I love that fight for Virgil Ortiz. I love it.
Depends when it happens. We have to see when it happens. If it happens now, I'm not sure. I mean, Virgil he's only have 2 rounds at 154.
Yeah.
2 fights. It's a shame. Okay, he's had the the preparation, all that, but he's only had 2 rounds in 2 fights. I mean, it's fucking hell.
In the 1 round,
ring rust. I mean,
neither of them were. Let's be real. He hasn't had any rounds. All he did was have training camps and make weight.
The thing is, he'll be punching properly now because he's sort of full. He'll be fuller. Yeah. He'll have more impact, more, and it's showing. What he's touching, he's breaking, just like Ryan was with that, just extra little poundage or 2,
Bro,
gave him more impact.
He hit the
and resistance.
He hit the Lorme on the cup belt. He still went. It wasn't clean on skin. It went through. He was hitting hard. He went through the pad and stuff.
It was like on the elbow, basically.
Yeah, but it was like on the trunks,
Yeah.
It's not thick or anything, but it still does show.
Don't boxing. I had a question for you. There's a guy on YouTube. Have you heard of Ring IQ before? Boxing Ring IQ?
Yeah.
The Dominican dude?
I know the name for sure.
Oh, okay. I'm basically not a fan of Dave Benavidez. I know that you are, right? You're a fan of him?
Yeah.
Do you think, and I really don't care if he is or on, but he fired this Mexican dude that's known for, I guess, what the best way to say it, like helps with like PEDs and things like that.
Yeah.
Do you think that
Memo Heredia?
Huh?
Who, Memo Heredia?
Yeah. Oh, so you know what I'm talking about, right?
No, I don't. But
him. How do you know?
Because I used to cover Memo big time.
Okay. So he basically fired him from his camp. And David is a guy who's
Dave. Wait. Is Memo in David's team right now?
He fired him because he moved up to 175.
Why would you fire the guy?
Basically, my question is, right, since Dave Benavidez is the guy
if the question is, Memo's only job is steroids. You only have Memo around you for steroids. Just for the record, like I fuck with Dave. Everyone is pretty much on steroids, but Memo's like the best.
For real?
Yeah, absolutely.
Even against Victor Contiente, snack.
Well, him and Victor, they learned together. They got arrested together.
They got the recipes.
So they invented all the undetectable PEDs together. Like,
they've mastered.
So I guess the point of my question is, because David's 6'3" and he rehydrates back in walking race probably 205. I don't believe it's 195. There's no fucking way. And you know how like in the YouTube videos it shows that he's like on the side of the scale. Basically, what I'm trying to ask: do you think David's on PED to make down to 168?
I mean,
probably.
They got stuff. They know how to get away with it. The thing is, there's PEDs now to get away with it.
But David's considered weight bully, right?
I don't like just outright accusing someone with like
He should be fighting Morel. That's what he should be doing.
No evidence. You know what I mean? But I would always lean towards a guy using them rather than not. Like,
Yeah, it's what it is. Yeah. The fight I want to see, though, is Morel versus Benavidez. 2 guys the same size, it would be a great matchup going forward because they're kind of the same age. I want to see that fight in the future, whether it be at 175, whatever it may be. I do want to see that fight.
Don't boxing. The guy that David's gonna fight is the guy that Archer Beterbiev had the toughest problems with. And he also signed with Canelo Alvarez. Do you think that guy can outbox David, or David's gonna crush him?
Oh no, Vosdick can definitely win.
Because what's his
That's
name?
a great fight.
His former trainer Tenny Atlas said that he's gonna win.
That's Benavidez.
Who's gonna win?
Fight by far. Vosdick's no joke.
How do you see that fight playing out for David in June?
Probably gonna get outboxed. I mean, he look. The blueprint is the Beterbiev fight, right? He has to try to do his best Beterbiev impression. Honestly, he has to try and he's going to be getting outboxed in the earlier rounds. Benavidez is. He's going to have to try and slow Vosdick down and hurt him, bust him up a bit, close that gap, and start really putting the paint on him, and either win more rounds that way or stop him, just like Beterbiev had to do. Or it's going to be a long night.
Benavidez is going to stop him late.
What's your thoughts on? Have you seen a YouTube channel called Boxing Jim's Film Study? They do like film studies on boxers.
No, I haven't.
Basically, what I've seen from film studies is that they say that David Benavidez is trash because he's super flat-footed with no crazy head movement. If you had to rate it,
he's not a technically great fighter. No.
If you had to rate his fighting style from 0 to 10 without using number 7, what would you rate it?
Wait, what was the
below Morel's ability? Below Morel's ability.
Like if you had to rate his fighting style from 0 to 10.
This is the thing with a fighter, right? Like, again, like you can have all this amazing technique, do everything perfect, like prototype, perfect technical fighter, whatever. Like everyone, Lomachenko'd out, whatever. But if you don't have, if I got more dog, like if I literally the size of the fight in me is bigger than you, like I got more determination, more grit, I'll go through more punishment to get to you to give you one. I'll take 2 to give 1. Like maybe you can't stand up to that. It really, like all that shit. I'm basically saying all that technique is only going to get you so far if you can't back it up with something else. And David has the other intangibles. You know, he's not a technique fighter. It's more like whoop your ass. Honestly, it's just some guys. Not everyone's a technical dude. So
he was the big fat boy, wasn't he? He was the big fat boy, and he's got some hands.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what he was. He was the big fat boy in the gym, which he was. There's pictures out there of him when he was a young teenager, and he's sort of like he's lost his weight. I don't know how he lost his weight. And he's got hands. He has got some hands on him.
Yeah, and like not everybody has the same level of like full body coordination and hand-eye coordination to do all this.
He's pear-shaped.
But like you'll see guys like I brought up like Mayorga earlier or Ryan Garcia or something, like they're not technically perfect, but like they can whoop some ass, man. It's not like you don't have to always be technically perfect. I would prefer it. Obviously, I would prefer it.
He's a one-trick pony, Ryan, but that one trick.
Ryan Garcia, if you had the opportunity, some Thunderdome boxing.
Would I what?
Could you fix his flaws, like putting his right hand back there?
This is the thing. I think we all know what could make him better, right? But he is who he is.
A cocky, arrogant piece of shit.
No, it's not even that. Like you hear this all the time. Right? He can't learn. It's not that he can't learn. He is who he is. Like his body mechanics are his body mechanics. The way his brain functions, the way he thinks, his thought process, the punches he tends to rely on, from whether it's through experience of like they threw the amateurs, no one standing up to the left hook, so he didn't need to develop more. But whatever reason, he developed into who he is. You're not gonna change that very much. You can with some guys who are like Miguel Cotto, someone who started out really technical already. He had very good fundamentals already. So when he went a little astray, it was easier for someone like a Freddie Roach to step in and fix him again and bring him right back to being like, fix all these flaws, because he could already do that though. Like he did that from a kid. Ryan never did. Look, man, when you keep, this is gonna sound wild, but it's like, it's kind of evolution.
Ryan has got amateur experience.
When you throw the same punches, when you throw the same punches for literally over and over and over for year after year, 10,000 hours, your body, like all your ligaments, and as you're growing too, that becomes your like that's your just go-to normal motion now. It's really hard to like change. If you don't already have the mechanics, it's really hard to like give them at a later age. It's like, you can teach them little stuff. Like I'd like to work on them just getting a 1-2. Very simple. Just 1-2. It'll help open that 3 up. That left hook will open up big time, but
because Rocky Marciano started at 21. And I'm not saying this because you're Italian. I know I just did a little bit of research on him.
Yeah.
What's your thoughts on Rocky Marciano as a fighter? Do you think he was good? Because a lot of people say he was quote unquote overrated. I just don't like that people say that he gets discredited because of quote unquote they think that every match it was controlled by the mafia when it
Absolutely
wasn't. Like,
not. In fact, hold up real quick. I just want to clarify this. There are actual FBI 302s, which is like when an FBI agent gets information, he has to document it in what's called a 302. It's like a little form to every bit of information a federal agent gets. They have it documented. Yeah. Well, there was one with Fat Tony Salerno. The Fat Tony Salerno was the guy, he rolled the mob, or like the boxing world, the mob was Tony Salerno. Like Frankie Carbo and Blanky, those are his like guys. So there was a 302 memo where Tony and someone else, I can't remember who, maybe even 2 guys, were talking about how they didn't want influence in Marciano's fights, which is pretty shocking. But yeah, like because they were cool with him, he probably wanted that shit heads up. But
of course, Rocky was legit. Of course, he was.
Him all the time,
and he wasn't. Again, he wasn't one of these technical guys.
49-0.
He had the grit and heart of like, dude.
I think he beat Ezra Charles.
49-0. What you on about?
Yeah, he did beat Ezra Charles.
But people make it seem like the mafia control that fight. I'm like, you can't give him any credit for the Jersey Joe Walcott fight or for the Joe Louis fight. They say Joe Louis was so good.
But he was 49-0.
Yeah, and Joe was past it, but
he
like,
didn't get beat.
He was only like 32 years old.
Doesn't matter. But you don't forget, he was always a smaller man. Adversity was a small dude and whatever. But he had the Susie Q. Don't forget of his story. He was a ditch digger.
Yeah.
But I mean, from the Broxton or Bronxton, whatever it was, and and for that he developed that Susie Q and that left, which is like it's a left hook. It is a left hook. That shit, when it landed to the body, to the head, is a knockout. He's a beast.
And like guys like Rolled on the Stars and shit. He could only beat everybody, and he beat the best guys around. Like,
it's Rocky Marciano. What you on about? How dare you question his
only
record?
valid criticism I ever like heard of him was like he could have fought Sonny Liston, right?
And as Floyd Patterson too, right? Because he was trained by Customato.
Yeah, Floyd was a little later though.
1955, I think, right? 1955.
Liston was established. Like he probably should have got the shot.
What do you guys think would have won between Marciano and Liston?
Liston, I think. Wait, before we ask that, do you think
Rocky
Marciano?
I've got Rocky Marciano.
I'd probably go Liston myself.
Nah, I've got Rocky Marciano, mate. Rocky Marciano is he could fight forever. Stamina, crazy stamina, power, this and that. You ain't knocking him out. Yeah.
Talking about Sonny Liston, do you think he took a dive against Muhammad Ali because you know how he worked with the mafia and whatnot?
Yeah,
or do you think that was a real counter?
Something fishy happened.
Of course we did. That's the biggest conspiracy in sporting history, by the way.
What do you think, Thunderdome?
The first fight, I believe the first fight was legit.
He quit on a stool.
Because he was getting his ass beat.
But the Phantom Punch, that shit, yeah,
that
definitely.
second one
That
was definitely a dive. Yeah. The
For
first
real?
yeah,
one,
that's known as the Phantom Punch. Yeah, that shit is the biggest conspiracy in sporting history. There was money on that shit, big time.
What's your thoughts on? Is it true that Rocky Marciano? My friend was telling me that he got dropped by like some white boy and that he had to cut his gloves to gain some energy back. Is that true? That his coach
that's
cut his glove
Muhammad
or something like
Ali.
that?
That's Muhammad Ali.
Yeah,
Who was
that's
that?
Ali with Henry Cooper. Henry Cooper.
Henry Cooper beat Ali. All right, he beat Cassius Clay. He beat Cassius Clay.
Oh, he had him on his ass. Oh yeah, he decked him.
He beat him. They cheated to keep him.
Literally, Angelo Dundee had to go to the back of the fucking arena to get a new glove, come back quickly, running, lace it up, blah, blah, blah. In the meantime, fucking Ali's fully resuscitated.
And they say, look, this is from his Muhammad Ali's biography that's written by Thomas Hauser. Really good book. Read about Ali. But watching that film, you think it was like a relatively quick change of gloves or whatever. It took 20 minutes.
Damn, they don't show that?
20 minutes.
Exactly.
20 minutes to recover.
And they don't show that?
You have to go to the back of the arena.
In the film that like we get now on YouTube or whatever, no, there ain't shit there like that. No, they show like a little bit of the arguing in the ring, and then it'll just cut back to the fight. But yeah, he got knocked out. Like it was right at the end of the round though, but he got fucked up. Smelling salts weren't even bringing him back. He was out. So his coach
Henry Cooper was known. Henry Cooper was
finger into the stitching and ripped it.
Does that take a what's it called, like a hit on his stock or no? Because he didn't have no control. It was his coach.
No, because he had a rematch. He had a rematch and battered him up.
I don't take a loss all that fucking serious anyway. It's boxing. You might eat a fucking shot and get knocked out. Big whoop. The point is, look at everything else that guy did. Like, man. No, Ali's like one of dude is just amazing.
I think he has the best chin in boxing. Do you think Mike Tyson would have knocked him out though?
Yeah, you can't. I won't. Yeah, he's definitely up there. Can't argue against it. It ain't even. It's amazing chin. He has the heart. Like
he fought everybody.
When someone is fighting for something greater than themselves, like with their people, their religion, just God, like just something way greater than themselves, you get a different level of
heart.
Yeah, and Ali exemplified that, man. He's one of the few who really exemplified it.
Hey, Thunderdome Boxing, I was wondering, do you have a gym by any chance?
My own, no. I mean, I have a home gym, but it ain't like mine. No.
Oh, but do you still do like some boxing training videos or no?
I mean, no, not really. I have a bag in my house and shit, but I don't be going to the gym much anymore now.
Oh, I was wondering because I want to start off boxing and I want to emulate. Of course, I'm gonna have like a boxing coach right now. I want to emulate Salvador Sanchez, which I think it's a good foundation. I know that Muhammad Ali will probably be something that's not good for me because I'm very slow and I don't have his fast athleticism. But what would you think would be some good fighters to emulate? Would you say James Toney, Floyd Mayweather, Winky Wright?
James Toney is one of my favorite. I mean, you're definitely gonna. You got to get some experience.
That's hard to emulate
Definitely
that
get some
shit.
experience.
Are you athletic like
For
that?
Tony,
I would stick with guys who are extremely basic and textbook first. Honestly, I'd master
Roman Gonzalez, Tito Trinidad, Nico Lopez.
Whitaker.
Oscar. Yeah, that's like when you're experienced, buddy. Now you're getting a little. That's leveling up pretty quick. Pretty high.
Yeah, can I give some recommendations? And can I give some recommendations?
What would be some recommendations?
Roman Gonzalez, Tito Trinidad, Finito Lopez.
Oscar De La Hoya, honestly.
Yes.
Bernard Hopkins. I know you don't like him.
You have power.
Bernard wasn't bad, but early Bernard when he had better mechanics when he was a little younger.
How about 40-year-old Bernard?
Yeah, in that 40 range. Yeah, that's fine. When he got like a little older, he would shell up too much, and he would like keep his hands like too close to himself when he would punch. So he didn't really get much power into him. But early in his career, when he would open up, he got a lot more leverage.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the first fight I saw from him was the Bernard Hopkins fight, and I immediately shut it off the 5th round because it was just a bunch of clinching and hugging and clinching and hugging. That's not a good Bernard Hopkins to look into, right? That type of age range. When you fought Calzaghe?
I mean,
just go for a bit of the peekaboo. Go for the peekaboo, dude. Go for peekaboo style.
Like when dude said, "Are you athletic?" Like, yeah, I would. I don't know your athleticism, but I would stick with guys in your athleticism range first, and definitely like fundamentally sound fighters first. Once you get that down, you get a little comfortable with that. Then I definitely like to I pick a fighter and I just watch them like in all my free time at home. I literally just have his pop him tapes into VCR and just like studying his movements, shadow boxing their movements, and then I go to the gym and try that for like a month on like whatever one fighter. Did that with so many guys. You end up forgetting 90% of it or throwing a lot of it away. But you learn a lot of little things that worked for you. You could bring in. You can't ever. I find you can't ever like emulate a style. You know what I mean? You got to find your own.
Just mix styles. I would say mix styles. See what you can emulate, and then put it into your arsenal. Like
yeah, exactly. Whatever.
I have very good strength. People always tell me that I have a lot of power, even with a jab.
See what your basics look like first.
If that's the case, I would highly recommend Calzaghe.
Tim Tszú's brother or dad?
Yeah,
dad. Yeah.
Was he good? I know that Floyd Mayweather said Floyd Mayweather ducked him or something.
Oh yeah, he's real good.
What was his big win? Was it against Zab Judah?
Yeah. That was definitely a coming out party and a half for him.
How about Antonio Trevor, the guy that beat Shane Mosley? What's your thoughts on him? He died pretty young in Atlanta in 2007. You know the guy that beat Shane Mosley?
No. Huh?
He beat him like 2 times.
In the amateurs?
It was a professional fighter. I forgot. It was a Black American guy. He died in 2007 in Atlanta, but he beat Shane Mosley 2 times.
Yeah. Tommy, yeah. Hell yeah, Quags. Yeah, Yankelo's from my neighborhood. Well, not my neighborhood, but my area. Yeah, I know him.
Oh yeah. Do you think he was a good boxer?
Yeah, he's a real good trainer, man. He's a really good trainer.
Oh yeah. What would
that's
you?
That whole that's Spatter Forest circle, bro.
Oh okay. Well, what would you? Who do you got winning between Usyk and Tyson Fury?
I got Usyk, but I was saying earlier, I think that's going to be an amazing fight. Oh, Vernon Forrest. That's who.
Yeah, Vernon Forrest. That's the guy I'm talking about.
Yeah, Vernon Forrest is a great one to study. He'd be real good.
Oh, okay. Do you think?
Yeah. You know who I would say? He's very fast, but he has really great fundamentals. Shane Mosley.
His son?
Really fast. Really fast.
Dude, he's very fast, but he has great technique.
Vernon Forrest come up when he's coming up. He was blazing fast too in comparison to what we see today.
Yeah,
I know, bro.
It's incredible how much, and then you see how fast someone like Shane was. It's like, holy cow, man, dude! Vernon is slaughtering these guys right now.
I had a question about Oscar De La Hoya. A lot of people who critique him, besides the off boxing stuff, but about boxing, they say that he lost his biggest fights. In my personal opinion, I think he got robbed in a lot of his biggest fights against Shane Mosley, Oscar De La Hoya.
Oh yeah. I mean,
I think he won that fight in the second one.
You say what anyone can. I'm not a big Oscar fan. I actually would root against him in most of his fights when he was fighting. I was definitely a huge Tito guy. Either way, I wasn't a Oscar fan, but Coke, whatever. I don't give a shit. Every fighter you ever looked up to does Coke. Get over it. But the point being, Oscar's just hands down one of the greatest fighters that ever lived. No debating it. No arguing about it.
He's a beast, he is. Of course, he was going to get robbed.
A monster. Fought anyone and everyone. No pussy. Just with all that smoke. A monster.
If he was more disciplined,
Mosley in the second fight,
crazier.
Yeah, he won that. Yeah, he won the second one. Whatever one they gave to Shane, he won.
Do you think the first one should have counted as loss since he got caught with drugs with Victor Contiente?
No. Oh, against Shane?
Yeah.
No, because they were both on him.
For real? Oscar?
Oh, fuck yeah.
No way. He doesn't look like he had pimples in his stomach or anything like that.
No, they were both on him, bro.
For real?
Yeah, that's one of the greatest fights because they were both on EPO. And that's why the action is just out of this world.
Oscar the Hoya got caught with EPO?
Not, I don't think he got caught.
What makes you say that? I guess if you have to
he got caught. But dude, there was no secret. Like that was the most drugged out era in boxing, like in the history of sports. There was no like real drug testing yet, and we had all these undetectables. They were all on this shit, man.
Oh damn! How about Oscar De Hoya versus Floyd? A lot of people say that Oscar De Hoya did do shit because he was just hitting his shoulder, and that those count. They don't count as punches. That's what people say in breakdowns.
Yo, Frank, what's going on, bro? What'd you say? I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Oh, I was asking, who do you think won against Oscar De Hoya versus Floyd Mayweather? Because people say that Oscar De Hoya didn't do anything besides hit his shoulder.
No, man. I kind of thought so, but no, dude, Oscar. I thought Oscar won that shit, man.
Oh.
Close. But no, Oscar won that shit, man.
I had a question. What's your thoughts on the fighter Tank Davis?
I fuck with Tank. I like Tank.
You like Tank Davis?
Yeah. I don't like that shit he did with the. I wish he'd fight fucking more people, and I didn't like what he did with Ryan with the rehydration and all that shit. Like, if you don't want to fight someone at their best, just don't fucking fight them. But he's
Is he good in your personal opinion or a hype job?
No, he's good. I mean, again, relatively, he's good. Like in comparison to everyone out there, he's fucking real good.
What do you think happens between like Lomachenko and Tank in like a 30 by 30 foot ring? Like a Sugar Ray Leonard versus Hagler, give a little bit of Lomachenko some space, to move around.
Each year that passes, it's better for Tank. That's simple.
For me, it's just like if they protect him so much, there's got to be a reason. So he's got to have a vulnerability that
Tank's much better than dudes like Shakur and Haney and that. Like, and I noticed from Tank is, he's still clearly being dictated to by Floyd in terms of like, you can't do this fight, you can't do. Floyd's putting the nicks on a lot of his fucking big fights we could be getting with him, and that pisses me off. And I know that's pissing Tank off too. But Tank was like so fucking immature.
Yeah, because Floyd's never going to let him get to 50-0, is he?
No, I don't think that's even a goal. But Floyd ain't even thinking.
Because Floyd's all about 50-0, 50-0. He's not going to let Tank get there, is he?
As Tank's got older, he's definitely maturing, and I could see he's becoming more of like a fucking man, rather than like a kid.
Do you think Supriel Matias beats him? Because he's come forward pressure fighter?
Yeah, I don't know who's standing. I don't know. It's a good fight, man. I don't know. I don't know who goes down because one of them ain't standing up to the other one.
Wait, which fight?
Supriel Matias.
I got Subriel. Actually, and I don't know if you're my comment, did you know that I'm gonna see him?
He caught a body in the ring.
Yeah.
I'm going to Puerto Rico to see him.
Really?
Yeah.
Damn, nice.
Dude, I'm so hyped. Actually, hold on.
When?
Yeah, when?
June. He's gonna fight Liam Perro.
Oh, June.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, believe it or not, I actually got to meet him briefly. Me and my dad and a buddy of mine. Very cool, humble dude. My dad actually got to minister to him, like as he was taking pictures with people. It was super awesome.
Oh, you saw him fight in Minnesota? I'm from Minnesota too.
No, I didn't see. No, I saw him like taking photos with people at Orlando.
Okay.
Yeah, I got some free tickets for the Berlanga and Andy Cruz fight, like Andy Cruz on the undercard. So I saw him fight as well. But I was like, you know what, free tickets, why not go? You know what I mean? But a bunch of fighters were there. Gabe Rosado was there. David Morrell was there. Xander Zayas, quite a few. It was a good time, but yeah, bro, Subriel. Here's the thing. He doesn't cut a lot of weight. You know that, right?
I didn't.
I think he rehydrates back to 150.
Yeah, last week this past week he took a photo, like a video of how much he weighs right now. Prior to June, he's 151.5 or something like that. And he's fighting at 140 in 2 months. So he doesn't cut a lot of weight, but he is extremely dense. Like he stays in shape even outside of fighting.
Guys that are really dense, like I usually can't cut a lot of weight. Honestly.
Yeah.
What were you guys? Because I missed the beginning. What's your thoughts on Ryan Garcia just as a fighter? Do you think he can beat the elites? And my second question is, what's your thoughts on like David Haney? Do you think he's like overrated or he's a good boxer?
Come on.
No, he's awesome. He's awesome.
I've been saying since day one that
Best thing
way
since
overrated. Every mistake he made that he just got punished for, I told for literally 3, 4, 5 years maybe that it was coming. As soon as he fights anyone live, he's getting fucking hurt. It's inevitable. You can't fight like that at a top level. You just can't.
Devin Haney?
I ain't some top level guy like either. You know, he's just fast and hits hard, and you know he's willing to throw some shit. But yeah. No, he ain't beating like elite guys either. I mean, he got a shot, obviously. You know, always
a shot in the dark.
Yeah.
So with Haney basically out of the picture, what's the big fight at 140 in your guys' opinion? Matias and Teofimo?
Teofimo and Ryan.
Yeah, that'd be a good
It's
one.
all about Ryan. It's all about Ryan now. He's the guy to go to.
Bring Tank's ass up, though. Fucking Matias, Teo, Tank, Ryan.
Tank?
Get them all in there, man. Make them all fight.
Yeah, all about right up to 147.
Yeah,
these guys are going to rein into the 147s.
All of them, Tank fought at 4-7. And you got to drain Ryan. Like, you fought higher than Ryan and did good. And you all of a sudden you can't fight at 40. Like, get out of here, man. And I like Tank, but I can't respect that shit, man.
Yeah. What's your thoughts on Leonard Ellerby saying that, hey, Inoue, since you're really good, how come you don't come fight Tank at 130 at a catchweight? What's your thoughts on that?
We can't beat you anywhere else unless we get you to America with a black ref, black judges, and rob your ass. That's what he's saying. Like, keep it a buck. That's what he's saying. Why do you think all these people are saying, Inoue, he needs to come here? He needs to come here because we can't beat him on a level playing field. We need the Ryan Garcia, Devin Haney his ass to have a chance.
Do you think the ref was being like pro-black during the Ryan Garcia ref? Or do you think it was just corruption?
Man, what do you think?
It was cribs
do you
in
think
the
it
camp.
was just corruption
Cribs
and
in
had
the
nothing
camp.
to do with race? Or maybe a little bit of race?
Well, it might not be race.
was
It might
cribs
be
in the camp.
it might not be race. He might just have a relationship with someone in Ryan or Devin circles. I don't know. But regardless, I don't care. Look, I don't really give a fuck the reason. I just know there was favoritism being shown. I'll give my opinions on what it might have been, but I don't really give a shit. I just know it was done.
He's
like, do I care why you punched me in the face? If you punch me in the face, I don't really care why. I might want to know, but it don't matter. I'm hitting your back. It's like I don't care what the cause of it was. It happened, and it's been happening it's happening all the time.
Lomo also.
Be honest, when you saw the fight, were you jumping off your bed like, yeah, he got knocked down, David Haney? Did you enjoy that fight? Revenge for Lomachenko.
Well, I literally was sleeping and woke up like right as it was starting, so I was like laying down. But when he heard him in the first round, I sat up. I was laying down watching it, and then when he hit him the first time and with the left hook and wobbled him, I sat up.
You're an empty Sandman.
How about when he's knocked him down? Even his mom fell. Have you seen the reaction of his mother?
And tonight.
There's a David Haney reaction from David Haney's mother. Literally, like fainted for like 5 seconds, and she fell when Ryan Garcia dropped him.
Capping ass. Capping ass.
Yeah, I did not see that.
Very capping ass. What she thought it was Elvis Presley or something.
No, for real, it's on Twitter. She literally fell.
Corruption mixed with a touch of race. Well, I don't know if it had a touch of race. I mean, I would assume it did, right? I would assume it did. But again, I don't really give a shit. It's like I'll assume that the same way as if, let's say, Ryan and Tank or Ryan and Devin were fighting, but there was a Mexican ref in there who was showing all kind of favoritism towards Ryan. I'm not gonna 100% be like that was because of their nationality or whatever, but it's gonna definitely be a thought. Like, yeah, that probably had something.
Yeah, it's definitely right. Of course, it is. There's a big agenda.
I agree. I mean, my opinion is
agenda going on in the market in the world.
My opinion is that absolutely that's what it was.
That's what's up. That's what's going down.
Yeah, and it's fucking the sport up because we can't get like honest competition.
Is it legal to clinch and hug? Because I don't understand the Queensberry rules. Like, how come people don't follow it?
No, it's illegal.
It's illegal?
Of course it's illegal.
I was wondering, when Roberto Duran did it, you know how he put like the person's arm underneath his arm? Was that legal or was that like illegal?
Okay, look, there's
you know what I'm talking about?
Look, yeah, absolutely. There's always gonna be.
That wasn't Roberto Duran. They'll be doing that.
Well, hold on. Look, in fighting,
way before him, that was only passed on to him.
Hold on, look. When you're infighting, shoulder to shoulder, you're gonna be wrapping each other up, tying, hitting, bang, turning, whatever. There's gonna be little mixes and wrestlings, whatever. That's fucking acceptable. In fact, it's a skill. Like a very that really experienced fighters have, guys like a Duran or even a Ray Leonard, right? When he fought Duran, he showed you that. But when it gets to like, look, Duran would be in the pocket, slipping, punching, wrestle, pull you at a certain angle, hit you, slip, punch. These motherfuckers just run, clinch, hold.
Yeah, there's a big difference, huge difference, day and night.
There's no little wrestling mixed with some offense and defense. It's just their defense is run or clinch, which means
they hug the fuck out of you.
Which means you suck. Like, it just does. It means you suck. You literally can't infight. You don't have fucking defense. You don't. What the fuck are you, man? A track star with a fast jab? A track star with a fast jab? Fuck out of here, man.
How do you take that away from a person? Because it seemed like David Benavidez had problem with that with Caleb Plant, but Ryan Garcia didn't really have too much problems with David Haney clinching on him. You know?
Yeah, a lot of problems with it. What do you mean?
He did have problems because he couldn't should have stopped him.
It worked out for Ryan, but he had a lot of problems with it.
He did because he would have been able to. He would have stopped Haney.
Yeah, exactly.
Because Haney was throwing him like a leech.
Every time he hurt him, he couldn't capitalize on it because he's allowed to fucking clinch. Like,
yeah, because he was getting hugged the fuck out. He was holding him for dear life onto his knees, everything.
Kind of like Floyd versus Shane Mosley, right?
It was a desperate measure.
And I've always said this as well. Look, when you get fucking hurt, I understand. Like, dude, it's part of the game. Like, I accept a level of clinching because it's like, if I hurt you, you're hurt. I'm not. Now my adrenaline spikes because I got you hurt. So even you're like debilitated and I'm roaring now. So it's like almost fair. Like, you can try whatever you want. I should be able to fuck you up, right? But where it gets bad, it's like, yeah, now you might get one clinch on me. Okay, but when you, like, the ref literally won't even, you can just hold. Like, and if I shake you, you just grab my arm. The ref don't even like do anything. He just lets it and then separates us. As soon as we hold, and you do like this, like Linares Haney, for example. That should happen round after round. Like, what the fuck is going? Like, no, that's where the clinching is beyond excessive.
Or Gumbosa.
My whole life growing up, dude, I saw people clinch 3 times in the first round, lose a point. Boom, gone. Don't do it again. You're out of here. Like, I don't know where all of a sudden it was known as
that was standard back in the day. You got 3 little warnings.
Yeah, like,
and that was for
all of a sudden these pussies out here talking about, well, the clinching is part of the sport. It's allowed. No, it's like, the fuck you noob ass motherfucker. Like, get out of here. Like, and where is this allowed? In the amateurs, it's not allowed. In that ducking below the waist shit, also illegal. Like, if you ever, I don't know if you fought amateur, but like, you, even in amateurs, you can't duck below the waist. You will get in trouble. You cannot do it. There's even a sign. They do this. Like, pick your motherfucking head up. That's what that means. No more duck and blow to waste. Like, all this shit they be doing and like punching in the balls over and over. Like, Haney didn't do that to Ryan in this fight, but he does that to everyone every other fight. Like, dude,
literally,
the guys are good. Don't tell me they're good, and don't try to gaslight me into thinking I'm crazy for pointing out all this bullshit. They suck. All right? And I'm not saying they suck like they're garbage. They're clearly talented, all right? I'm talking when it comes to that world level that because you're people talking these motherfuckers pound for pound greats and all this. So I'm going to compare them to that. And when they get compared to that, they're trash. Trash.
Yeah, that's...
I'm not saying they're a bum, like I'll beat them. I'm just saying, like, they're like, when I am.
There isn't many real boxers out there now. There isn't. Like, Chocolatito's retiring, but then what are we left with? Real skilled.
And look at that amazing fighter that we got to witness and watch, and all the hate that dude got. Like, no love. Pretended like he didn't exist, except for 2 years of his life. 2 years of his life. And they fucked him right up the ass in those 2 years, too.
Yeah, but the Loma, that's the
look how dirty they did Loma.
With Kovalev.
Look how dirty they did Loma. Like, dude, his whole goal in this sport was just to become undisputed. They wouldn't allow it at featherweight. No one would fight him. Wouldn't allow it at 30. No one would fight him.
The problem with the Loma fight, he needed a knockout.
He comes to lightweight. He does it, and they just take it from him. Same shit with like Kovalev Ward. Golovkin, Canelo.
Yeah, they got to go for the home fight. I mean, you're American though, but you're American. One of those. They keep the home fighter. The younger guy.
Absolutely. I knew he should absolutely fight in America though. Yeah. Get out of here, bro.
They were never going to give it to fucking Loma. Loma in that fight needed a knockdown. Just like Ryan needed against Haney, and so on and so on. And just again, like Shakur, whoever fights him needs a knockout. You ain't going to get a decision. Are you fuck?
And that does not help the sport in any way. It turns people off.
Yeah, but
it makes us lose fans. The sport is hurt from it. So you have all these people talking about they love the sport, but they support this shit. The fuck they love the sport. They don't love the sport. They have some sick shit in their heads that they're lying to you about. But it ain't the love of the sport they're caring about.
I mean, they're protected, aren't they? They're protected to the top. I mean, look at Shakur. He was highly touted for years. This guy, but then he's finding it hard, isn't he? He's getting found out of it. He is.
That's why he's talking about retirement. He's like, "Oh man, this is
retiring."
You know what's crazy, Ant? Me, Aldo, and another guy that you should meet. He's called Night Nerve. We counted all the clinches and takedowns that Haney did. Haney did 110 clinches and 6 takedowns.
But okay, here we go. There we go, right there. Dude, remember how insane 60 clinches was? 40 clinches is bonkers. I remember Floyd did 70 versus Maidana, and then you get fucking over 100. Like, that's bonkers.
Yeah, that's at least 1 point ducked. He should have had a point or 2 ducked.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to fight. You quit. You quit. That's
I said this.
At the very least, the ref should take a point off you, which he didn't.
Yeah.
I mean, 100 clinches.
Because Ryan is frustrated. He's being allowed to be clinched 100 times. So he smacks him. Not even hard. Smacks him. He gets a point taken.
It's the old retaliation thing, isn't it? That gets the fucking the punishment.
Glad you brought it up because I've brought that up before. Like, you fight Ward, he punches you low, you got to hit him low back. But you can't. Because if you do, you're losing a point. He won't.
Exactly. It's the retaliation. You retaliate, you fucked.
Yeah.
When they fouling in the first place.
Nothing. Crickets. Dude, Tim Bradley. I mean, if you can remember him like just doing regular interviews on like YouTube channels and shit before he was like a company man or whatever, he generally knew what he was talking about. It's like, what happens where these dudes get like, if you're that jaded or you think you have a dog in the fight, then you shouldn't be a commentator. Like, that's what you're not supposed to do. Like, Tim felt like he was, he had a stake in Haney winning. And who knows, maybe he did, but I don't know. But like, that's certainly what he was acting like. It's like, chill, man. Like, how the fuck are these, the UFC, props, like Joe Rogan kind of sucks on knowing what's happening with fighting, but generally, like, they're so much better in terms of commentary. They would never allow someone who's as, don't get me wrong, they did have Dominic Cruz there for a while, but they like, it's rare they have some guys saying such outlandish shit as these boxing commentator groups do. They'll literally lie right to you. You'll watch this fighter in the red corner just get pulverized, and they'll tell you red corner's killing him. The whole fight. The whole fight.
And the joy they have when, no disrespect, but the joy some of these commentators have when American fighters beating up an Eastern Euro, dude.
Yeah, it's, I can accept a little bit of bias. Like, I literally, like, I think even like back in the day, like when Roy Jones would be on HBO with Lampley and them, he would say, you know, this guy from the amateurs, I would love to see it win. He's my guy. No, I know. But he would still be dead honest about what's happening in the fight. He would clearly want so-and-so to win, but he's still telling you exactly what's happening. Like, oh, Jerry better really step up. That jab's landing too much or whatever. He ain't going to lie about it. Yeah, Joe Rogan did say Rousey he cried over Ronda Rousey. Like, never forget that. He said she was like the greatest warrior who ever lived, actually. Like, on some insane shit. Yeah, wild. I'll never forget where she was. I got to enlarge my shit. Where she was throwing punches. Well, I got to get this off the screen. She was throwing punches and her hands were like doing like, not like turning like this. They were turning the whole way under and her like limped. Like her shit was like flopping off. And he was literally watching it on his podcast talking about how amazing she looked. Like how fucking talented she was. I was like, yo, Rose lost his mind. And people take these guys serious. Like, they know what the fuck they're looking at and shit. But all you got to do is win 3 fights in a row, and Rogan says you're the greatest thing ever. If you can just win 3 fights, you can actually go 2, 3, and 1. You'll still probably the greatest ever. Because he buys into the hype. You don't know what he's really looking at. Floyd's going for the KO. I don't even remember that shit. But yeah, I mean, these guys, I get it. They'll have biases. Like, they grew up with these fools, man. It's acceptable, but to a certain extent.
Don't ruin your job for it.
Exactly. Like, exactly. Dude, look, I've not like actual fights or anything, but like, you know, gym wars or whatever, where my buddy would be one of the guys I'm reffing. I wouldn't know this fucker from a can of paint. I still just called everything right down the middle. Like, it is what it is. I didn't even, to me, it's like, how could you even dare interfere? It's like, I'm not the one fighting. I can't interfere. Like, this has nothing to do with me. I'm just here to make sure it's legit. Like, I don't know. It's almost like an honor thing, but I don't know how these guys can sleep in it. I really don't. I can't imagine being Harvey Doc and like helping a dude out. Like,
bro, they gotta do something soon.
Joe Rogan is the reason a single leg takedown counts more than 8 punches. Yeah.
They gotta deal with him soon, though.
I thought he said he was leaving like the beginning of last year, whenever he stuck around.
Where?
I was talking about Rogan, like was supposed to leave the commentating gig. I mean, look, their commentating ain't great. I'm not saying that. It's better. It's better than boxing. There's all right now in particular, all sports commentating has like a protective fluff layer over it. Like whether it's basketball or baseball, like they're clearly all going like PR firm level of commentating, but boxing lies like about what's happening right in front of you. Oh yeah, Harvey Dock is. I mean, that was his audition to be Haney's Bayless. You know, he was going to be Bayless to Floyd or Bayless to Haney. Like Kenny was to Floyd. You know? I honestly prefer Kellerman to Tim Bradley too. I really do. When Kellerman doesn't have bias involved, he's pretty good. Paulie's he was absolutely one of the best. Yeah, there's no doubt about that. It's a shame that Paulie, he's very jaded, obviously, but it's kind of a shame that he doesn't have a gig. Because there's no doubt he was one of the best. Like, all we should be doing is give guys trial runs. Like, give Mannix a run. I don't care. Let's see what he can do. But he sucks, so get rid of him. We know what he can do. He sucks. Get rid of him.
You know what?
You keep the good guys. Get rid of the shitty ones. And keep cycling new ones. Just try them out until you got your fucking team. Like, how hard is it? I don't know why they just grab 3 guys and keep them for years. They never even try them out. They just go, you 3 do this for 3 years. And they suck. And they just keep them. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, what the fuck is Helwani doing anywhere near our sport?
I will say, though, with Hawaii, there was one thing. I think it was in a Mean Machine fight or something. There was a fight. I don't agree with a lot of things he says or does, but there was one commentating moment in a Showtime event where he said that refs should automatically deduct points because they're already warned in the locker room of what not to do.
Absolutely. It's true. No, I didn't see this reverse, but it's truth. Paulie said Haney is just him with money behind him. Facts. In fact, he's wrong because Paulie would have been so much better than Haney. Hey, Paulie was way better than Haney. Paulie was damn good, actually. He just had no power. But he was fucking good. Yeah, well, I was saying earlier, reverse. Haney is those guys. He had like in the bowling alley with the bumper rails in the gutters. His career was just he had bumper rails. Haney. A lot of these fucking Amero hype job Amero bums do, which is why I criticize them. Their career as bumper rails. It's impossible for them to fall into these pitfalls that every other fighter has to stay out of. You know? Oh, if, so-and-so, whoever else gets hurt early in their career in the 3rd round or something, they got to, find a way out of that shit. At Haney, well, the ref's just going to let him clinch for the rest of the 3 rounds and not do anything. And then they'll you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, should he have ever even fought Loma if he wasn't cheated for with Linares? Could he have survived? Could he have survived?
Nope. He should have been disqualified for the amount of pulling he did after getting hurt.
Exactly. So, no, Haney isn't anywhere near the level of Paulie Malignaggi, man. Not fucking close. I wish I could. And all the shit I talked on Paulie, I wish I could at least tell him that. You're like, bro, you're downplaying yourself so much. You're way fucking better than that dude could ever dream of being. Yeah, dude, facts. Paulie was definitely better than Haney. Devin would not have finished a 12-round fight versus young Cotto. Hell no.
My dad.
Hell no.
Bro, me and my dad were watching highlights of Haney Garcia. Nothing against them personally, but even my dad said, like, bro, can you imagine De La Hoya and Mosley against these guys?
No. Check this out, guys. Anyone who wasn't here earlier, I said this. These guys wouldn't even survive. They wouldn't even get a full week's pay because they would be sent home early if they were brought in as sparring partners for guys like Ray Leonard, Duran, even De La Hoyas and Mosleys. They would be sent home because they couldn't give them good enough work. Facts. It sounds harsh, but tell me I'm fucking lying. What work could Haney give Oscar De La Hoya that's going to literally either keep him in the ring without getting knocked out, first of all, or that's going to resemble any level of talent that the guys who De La Hoya was fighting resembled? How the fuck is Haney going to get you ready for any of them dudes? It's impossible. And they would run through him in sparring. Let alone fights, actual fights. It's murder. It's fucking murder. Yeah, I agree. Duran at 140 beats them both on the same night. I agree.
Bro, and
both at the same time on the same night. Like,
I don't know why Duran didn't go for a title fight at 140. He just was there to stay busy.
Yeah, because he jumped right up to fight Leonard.
You think he should have done it at least once, like made at least one title win?
I mean, yeah, he probably should have. But if he did, though, we wouldn't have got him versus Leonard, which is like maybe the greatest little man fight ever.
What about Manny? He was only there for like one fight, bro. He could have been the greatest 140-pounder.
Yeah, that was his best 35 or 40. That was his. He could have probably he would have had he could have stayed at 35 and had a case for the greatest lightweight with Duran. Like,
dude,
valid argument.
I mean, I asked you this question. I've asked a bunch of my friends this. I think I asked you, who do you think would have won? The Duran that fought Leonard or the Manny that fought Margarito?
I don't know. I have no clue. I don't have no clue. I have no clue. Those are it's like as good as you get, man. And yeah, they're like those are like the two most impressive dudes you could think of.
Yeah.
And anything I'm saying is just a guess, like straight up, just a guess.
Recognize. Sorry, what? Recognize is asking. Imagine Duran versus Pryor at 140. I say Duran. Yeah, knockout, Duran 8 rounds.
Duran smokes him, bro. Smokes him. He was just too much stronger. These guys were fairly big too. They're big guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mosey was real scary at 35. Floyd sure didn't want it.
He
is Golovkin size and got beat up by a midget, Loma. Little old midget. Too. Got beaten up. Smacked around. Sparring partner. Yeah. And even on fight night, it's only a 10-pound difference. At most, a 10-pound difference between on the night he fought Loma to any of Golovkin's fights. Golovkin would be like 168 to 171. Yeah, absolutely duck Paul Williams. I'll never forget fucking Paul Williams being like, Floyd will never fight me because he has a vagina. Right in his post-fight little interview. Floyd May will never fight me. He has a vagina. But no, I did an interview before with Paul Williams' trainer, but I also talked to, what the fuck was his name? He was one of Heyman's guys back in the day. Because, Heyman was with Paul Williams. Yeah. That was like his earliest fighter. And he was already like working with Floyd too. And it was agreed upon right then that Paul and Floyd would never fight because they had their plans for Floyd, and they weren't going to let fucking Paul Williams upset that apple cart. But if Paul Williams would have beat Sergio Martinez, him and Pacquiao were fighting. That was already like agreed upon just with the stipulation being Paul Williams had to win.
Bro, Paul Williams and Sergio, I think they would have beat up Floyd. Horrible style matchups.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, I understand why Floyd didn't fight Paul.
Who do you think would have been a worse style matchup, though? Sergio or Paul?
Paul, for sure.
Mm.
Sure. And especially at that time, man, yeah, it was just so bad.
When he beat Winky?
Yeah, I mean, what are we going to say? We went over all this shit for years, right? Floyd ducking targets. Dude ducked like every great in there when he should have fought them in his whole career. Like, I remember when I first found this community, I was amazed at how people were dick riding Floyd. Like, I've watched Floyd's whole career. I never had looked at Floyd anything like that. To me, Floyd was the guy who never would fight anyone. Like, and the guy who lost to Castillo, obviously, but forever, like watching him through 30, 35, 40, I was still saying, like, up until like the Indus and all that, I'm like, is Floyd ever going to fight someone? I would ask that to myself every time one of his fights would end. I'd be like, is he going to fight someone now? Like next? Nope. And then I'd just be like, is he going to fight someone now? Never. It was years. And then when he started fighting the better names, it was always under very, carefully orchestrated circumstances and at careful points in their careers. Yeah, Paul got outboxed by a dude worse than Mayweather and then flatlined him immediately in a rematch because he didn't get up for the Puerto Rican dude, is what you're talking about. But why didn't Floyd fight him? Why didn't he? Why not? He was begging him. Same team, everything. It ain't would Floyd have won. I don't care if he would have. The fact is he didn't even have the balls to try. I hate when motherfuckers be pulling this. Well, if they fought, so-and-so probably would have won anyway. Well, no, calling a spade is the bitch was too scared to even try.
Exactly. That's just an insecurity.
Yeah, that's calling a spade. Bitch wouldn't even try. I hate that. You're man, but if Floyd fought him, but if. Yeah, fuck them ifs, man. Shit. They're ifs because he didn't believe. He didn't think he could win. Floyd had no problem fighting guys he thought he could win, did he? No. Floyd defeated everyone he went up against, even the two he lost to. That's a warrior. That's funny shit, bro. That's funny. Rumors of my no, definitely not. But yeah, dude, like I don't want to hear about ifs. I've been hearing ifs for 10 years. If Ray Leonard was around, Floyd beat him. It was like the fuck he would, but like if, bro. No, I just fucking beat my court case finally, though. 2 years of fighting that shit. That's why I had to delete I put a bunch of videos private, a bunch of them streamed private because they were doing like a sentencing guideline. And I was scared they might watch that shit. I didn't know what was on there or what they might see. I was like, blanket it all. But yeah.
Glad to have you back.
After like $7,000, fucking 2 years. Jesus Christ. I hate the fucking, oh my God. I hate this. Yeah, just, dude, yeah. 2 weeks ago it ended.
Right around the time we were texting, basically.
Yeah. I think like the day before next week, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. If Floyd was 7 feet tall, he'd have beat Muhammad Ali. Exactly. Like, if. Yeah. Well, the thing is though, he didn't have the balls to try. That's the thing you guys never want to admit. Your hero's a pussy. Your hero told you himself he's a coward. Your hero said, yeah, I'm a coward, but I'm a rich coward. In reference to avoiding guys at the time like Pacquiao, Margarito, Paul Williams, Sergio. Like that's who and that's what he was referring to. Yeah. Yes, I am a coward, but I am doing it strategically because it's about money to me, not about proving I'm the baddest, which I accept. But it's idiots who then try and tell me he is the baddest when he himself told you he ain't. Just because he says TBE and sells you dumb merch like that don't mean he actually believes it. Because when you listen to him in reality, he's telling you, yeah, it's not about like proving I'm the best. How many times has he actually said that? It ain't about proving who's the best. It's about money. And again, I'm fine with that, but keep it a buck. Keep it a buck. Like, yeah, you're not the baddest. Great fucking best business guy in boxing. Facts. Tremendous money maker. I don't know if he was actually good in business because he's pretty much broke now anyway. So he wasn't. I mean, I think, I'd say Mike was better in business. Made more money. Broke too, though. So neither are good at business. They just generated money. Yeah, no one runs through Cotto like that. No one runs through Cotto like that. Exactly. They don't care about my health. Exactly. People forget all this shit. Like, dude, come on, man. Stop telling me he's the best ever. He do this, he do that. He don't believe that. Why do you believe in a man who don't believe in himself? Why do you? I mean, people be thinking like they get something out of Floyd or like a fighter being better than he is. Like it somehow makes them better. Like Adam, my next door neighbor. I don't have a neighbor named Adam. I'm just saying. Adam, my neighbor, like whatever. Well, it's like he thinks Floyd wouldn't lose. That makes me better somehow too. It's like, no, it don't. Like, what do you mean? You have no attachment to this fucker. Like, he would spit on you. He care less about you. And you like care to like argue for shit that this guy didn't even care to fight for. You're fighting for shit he wouldn't even fight for himself. Like the old rule of, I'll fight with you, but you gotta fight for yourself too. Like I'll back you up as long as you're willing to back yourself up. But I'm not fucking putting my life in danger when you won't even fucking put yours in danger for yourself. Like I'm not dumb. These motherfuckers be jumping in front of dude to hit bullets that are meant for him when like he wouldn't do the same. He never would stand in that line of fire. Why do you? Weird. It's weird. Adam's definitely a solid guy though. Yeah. No doubt. He's definitely solid. I heard about this. My son told me this yesterday.
Yeah, Tanks confirmed it basically.
I don't know if it's true or whatever, but I mean, I would imagine. From what I heard, he was saying he was like making deals with guys, like I'll do this, blah blah blah, this, and wasn't holding up his end of the bargain. It definitely could happen. They're not going to tolerate that. They're going to hold you until you wire them their fucking money or do what they want you to do. Or it could have been gambling. We all know this dude's a huge gambler. He definitely might have got big bank, little bank, or some fucking Saudi. He's a little fucked up right now.
Put money on Haney?
Who knows? But Floyd's broke. Like now, like he's not like broke. Like he's richer than me, right? He's got way more money than me. But in terms of like what you might think Floyd has, he don't have really anything. He's living off of people putting him up in a rented house, driving rented cars. Like the second he stops making so-and-so money, he's done. Like he has nothing. You know what I mean? Like he might have like $500,000 somewhere in a fucking IRA somewhere or something. But relatively, he's just his lifestyle is being funded as long as he does these little events for these people who are supporting him right now. But his big money. When's the last time you saw Floyd buying Rolls Royces? Like McLaren's, like that shit's been done for years. Rick Glazer he confirmed it? That's what I wanted to know. I was like, has anyone confirmed this? Whoa. Yeah, that's scary, bro. I'm telling you, I'd never go over them places, man. Ever. I don't know how to control myself in them places. I don't know the culture, the cultural norms and shit. I'll do something very small to me here. I would think is very small. It would be 10 years in prison over there or something. Like, I don't know. Yeah. Obviously, they're going to give famous people more leeway, right? But you can't be pissing people off. Dude, you see that last Floyd exhibition? He got fucking touched up. That like MMA dude or whatever he boxed. But that guy was putting hands on him. I only saw a couple highlights, but I mean,
He did.
saw him eating punches. I was like, what the fuck's going on here?
That raised my eyebrows for the Manny fight.
Exactly. And anyone decent he fights down the road. Like,
And Manny looks good in training. I saw some sparring footage of him. Maybe I can pull it up.
Well, Manny's fine. Like he's obviously downhill a lot, but he's definitely aged much better than Floyd.
I mean, he's just doing exhibitions, so it doesn't really matter that much how down the hill he is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But there's sparring footage of recent, actually, I think.
I know that to be true. I know De La Hoya has more money than fucking Floyd Mayweather. Like, could liquefy more money? I know he could. It wasn't always like that. Oscar was truly.
I think it is just not yet. Hand history vault.
Look, I look to the guy who was talking about if. There's a reason the fight hasn't already happened. It ain't Manny who don't want it. You know, everyone knows like this is the biggest payday for Floyd. You know, and he don't want it. Why ain't it happening? As always, Floyd don't want it. If Floyd wanted it, it would happen instantly.
Yeah. They announced it like I think last year. Yeah. And still hand history, exactly.
Yeah, I want to address did you see the Mike Tyson interview with Oscar where Oscar said his life is over now, that he's retired and he's always depressed? Yeah, I did see that, and it's facts. Look, it's not to say he can't have good days, good times, you know. But he's probably just when you, for a large chunk of your life, you have a very exciting, high adrenaline, action-filled life, and this is any type of life where it's just action, and then all of a sudden, that action dies, man. Yeah, you're gonna fucking get depressed. I went through that shit, like massive depression. Like you have to like cut your action down. And you're like, oh my god, I can't. Like I gotta just fucking do nothing. Yeah, you get all in your head and shit. When but it's not to say he doesn't have good times. And all athletes, in particular, like professionals, like doing this shit 5, 10, 30, 40 years old. It's literally all you know. Like. Football player, whatever, their career is over. They don't, boom, this is the day you don't have to show up for practice. First year in your life, no football practice. What the fuck do you do with yourself? You literally don't know what to do. You don't know what, they have nothing to do. Every second of waking moment was dedicated to one thing. They didn't develop other hobbies and all this shit. Like, yeah, man, they get super depressed. Oscar's a drug addict, now you clearly see it. I mean, yeah, he fucking parties, dude. You wouldn't. they're in Vegas in the biggest events, fucking the baddest bitches. Like, yeah, I'm going nuts too. Like, I don't know how nuts they go. I might not go that nuts, but I'm letting loose too. Every fucking fighter you ever like looked up to. You don't think Duran was going bonkers? Ray Leonard was going bonkers? Tyson bonkers? Like anyone, they're dude. It's a super stressful existence. Like super stressful existence, and that's what they do to relieve it. Why do you think John Jones be doing the coke, the drinking? Like it's not just him; they all do this shit. They all do it. They're stress relievers. Like it is what it is, man. I would definitely try to reel it in, but yeah, I mean, I just think they give Oscar too much shit.
I mean, when you're that rich and famous, it's like a high that lasts for years, right?
Yeah.
And then you got to come down, and you're just like, "What the fuck? Life sucks now."
Yeah, look, they all do it. They also like, dude. It's very common. Like, if you're all depressed and you literally just hand this bitch $100 bill and you're happy, she's like, you know, fucking lay out some fucking coke, pour some champagne, give you a blowjob. Like all of a sudden, your endorphins start kicking. I get why they substitute it, like or gambling, whatever the fuck they do. That's what they do, man. I can't hate on it. Like, how am I gonna hate? Like, man, you live boring ass lives if you're hating on that shit. I don't know what to tell you. Like, I'm not saying be a weirdo or anything, but you know, like, come on, man. You know.
Yeah, it's sad when some of these fighters just go off the rails after retiring.
Yeah. I don't think people understand the stress these guys go through. I really don't. I'm not even talking about Oscar anymore because he's not fighting anymore. But Ryan in particular, someone like him, like, that's a ton of pressure on a young kid. He's a young guy, but he's a fucking kid, man. He ain't mature yet. It's a ton of pressure.
Dude, I saw a headline where it said that he told his chick, right? If you want to be my girl, you have to let me smash other chicks. I was like, what a pimp.
That's funny. The fucked up thing is, Ryan Garcia was more of a righteous individual than Haney. Team Ryan Garcia, all the bullshit in that team was more righteous than fucking Haney.
Oh, yeah.
Bro.
I'll say this much: he was playing a act of a lunatic, but a little bit of it was real.
Yeah, 100%. Like I'd say, like 50% of it was real, maybe even 80%. But he definitely would act it up. But he was also training too, dude. Like I was trying to tell this to my son, like without saying stuff I did, but like, dude, I used to party like a madman, but be at the gym every day, and dude, my partying had no effect. I was young. Your body can handle it. Like, I couldn't do it now, but 22, 23, dude, you're a machine. Like,
yeah. I had so much energy at that age. I was bouncing off the walls, bro.
Yeah, exactly, man. Like, it's like, get out of here, man. Like, it's not going to affect this young dude like you're thinking. If he's like 33 and he's drinking, like, leading into a fight, big fucking difference. Yeah. Dude, be up till 3 a.m. at the gym 8 hours the fucking next day. Like, no.
Well, those were the days where I'd leave the house on a Thursday night and I'd come back on a Sunday night.
Yeah. It's definitely, you know, would you prefer him not to do it? Of course, but hey, whatever keeps you calm and keeps your mind right. I don't think, again, people need to understand how important it is to just have a good, clear mind, not nervous. You don't want a cortisol dump fucking leading into your fight, going like walking to the ring or in the ring. Like, be super calm, relaxed. And Ryan was exhibiting all that, and he looked nervous. He looked like he was the one, you know, doubting himself.
Yeah, he even said, I was watching like those, I think the gloves off series. It's like the new 24/7.
Yeah.
He says like, dude, I'll do whatever I want because I'm already training 4 times a day. As long as I can run at 5 a.m, I'm gonna do whatever. He said that was literally his mindset. Now, obviously, he wouldn't do crazy stuff like drugs and stuff like that, but like he'll have fun with his friends and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Think of Roberto Duran, 100 punches around, like landed, fucking 15 rounds, 100 miles an hour the whole time. Dude was partying his ass off all the time, like all the time. So like
hard too.
Yeah, hard, really hard. Like with cartel members, like kilo hard, boozing hard for days and weeks. The guy get 180 pounds, just a fucking maniac. But then 2 months later, he's 15 rounds, 100 miles an hour. Like some guys, it is what it is.
Built different.
Yeah, it's not that big of a deal that people think when you're younger. I'm not saying it's good because it can absolutely go all bad, like all bad. You could definitely start doing it too much, go all downhill. Saw that.
I'm not going to do it either way.
Countless fighters.
I'm not going to do it either way, but yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, you would hope.
Yo, I know this kid was asking you some advice. I need some pointers. Who are some good box? You know what a boxer puncher is, right?
What?
Yeah.
Oh,
What?
sorry, I was stretching my back. What, some good boxer punchers?
That are southpaw.
Oh, they're southpaw. Why they
Yeah.
gotta be
Trying to implement my style. Well, it can be righty. It can
Why
be
does it
righty.
have to? That's exactly who I was thinking of when I said that reverse. That's exactly what I was thinking of.
Purnell?
Yeah.
Ugh. Unfortunate.
What? I would say they don't have to be punchers. Like they're still gonna. They just probably don't hit hard, but they're still gonna be throwing hard. Like they just don't smack a big wallop. But yeah, I mean, shit. I wouldn't even say they have to punch hard. Southpaws, though.
You know what? Just do righties if that's easier.
No, I mean, I don't know why, but I am blanking on southpaws in general. I'll get back to you and text you some, though.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, Lomachenko's a little advanced. I wouldn't recommend anyone like starting at that level of advancement. Like for any, we were talking about this earlier. Like super comfortable with the basics.
Yeah. Thing is, for me,
I'm telling you, the wild thing is, dude, the craziest thing is, as I've experimented with everything, right? As the older I am, the in the ring, when I will go to the gym and work out with these young guys, spar these young guys, whatever, I win by being as basic as the most basic shit you can do ever. But I do it so well that it just works because like it's like second nature. I don't have to do anything fancy at all. The basic shit is the best shit. Like it's the best. Like there's a reason.
Yeah. For me, it's just like I'm working on my style right now. I have long arms for my height. I'm a southpaw, and I've been told I hit hard. And all of my knockdowns, like even though they've been a while ago, they're all body shots. But more recently, I've made people kind of forfeit or reconsider sparring me, and not in a bad way. But sometimes things just get heated, and I do my thing. But yeah, I'm kind of forming into a boxer puncher.
Just like punchers with like longer arms and stuff. In particular, that bit of a style would be like a Vernon Forrest and Ike Corte. Both of those would be really good.
Thanks. Virgil?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. Out of the new guys, like him, he's a bit advanced. The simplicity of like a Golovkin. Virgil is like he has the simplicity of Golovkin, but because maybe lighter weight or whatever, but he has a lot more complexity to the style.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely doing a lot more. But again, that simplicity is so effective.
I know. It definitely is. It's the simple fundamentals that matter more than the crazy, flashy.
Because it works against everything. Like,
exactly.
That crazy, flashy, you open up. My jab's right there. Bink, 1, 2, bink. It's going to hit you every fucking time. Or I'll hit you right in the chest. Like, you're just going to leave me openings. Or if they're a boxer, it's fair game. We're heads up.
It's a great example of that? Roman Gonzalez and Julio Cesar Martinez.
Yeah. Yeah, very true. I was referring, saying like Haney looked a bit nervous. In the fight, he did at times too, obviously. But even leading into the fight, like backstage and whatnot, minus the goofy dancing. But when you actually just saw him getting his hands wrapped and shit, he looked scared. But yeah, I saw someone else say from 2 to 6, they were scared he was fucking throwing the fight. I was definitely like, what the fuck is he doing in them rounds myself? But yeah, he was conserving energy. That's exactly what he was doing. It worked.
Yeah, he went ham in the late round.
They clearly strategized that thing. That didn't all happen by accident. That was the plan. That was all the strategy. And also, another thing that I don't think people took into consideration, and I didn't take into consideration while it was happening, but hindsight, when he was moving around like that and like kind of refusing to engage, what did that do? It forced Haney to not fight off the back foot, and he forced Haney to start walking forward, which he don't like doing, which is only going to play right into Ryan's hand.
Yeah.
And it did, because all of a sudden Haney's the one walking forward, plotting with no defense, and wow, started cracking him. And then that same just kept playing over. He hurt him, then he just started backpedaling. Like, no, you have to come to me, or we're sneaking joint out. But I already hurt you, so you kind of have to come to me now because you got to get your get back. So he forced Haney to come to him. Wow, kept tagging him.
Bro, how effed up is Bill Haney that Ryan says he kept asking him to stop the fight, and I think this dude would rather see his kid get his ass beat.
Yeah, did you see Ryan's dad? Ryan said Bill Haney does not love his son like I love my son. I was like, fuck! Like, for real? Because, and I tried to get into the mind of Bill, like, why would you let your son, like, your son could have just died. Like, he might not have died, but he might have went into a coma later that night and only came back 70% of himself. Like, we've seen this over and over in boxing. Like, bro, your son could have been a vegetable. Like, but I'm like, why would he allow that? One, if it goes to the cards, we have a legit chance. We have a legit chance. Two, if my son could just maybe hurt him, maybe just drop him once, we're right back in this shit. And a bit of he can take it, which is fucked up. Really is.
Yeah,
really
his kid
you taking it, Bill? Yeah, he can take it. He's gonna take it because he ain't gonna quit. So he's just gonna take it. But or you ain't the one taking it, Bill. You fucking piece of shit, bro. Dude, if that was my son, if my son's head went like did the whole when he got hit with that fucking and his eyes rolled and I'm stopping the fight. I'm stopping it right there because he has already taken. He's already been concussed numerous times. No way am I going to allow my son to get up in that condition and to fight a guy who's roaring to hurt him now. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. It's not like we're broke. Like they're set. Like, what the fuck do you do? It didn't change anything. Like, nah, man, I'm not doing it.
Yeah, you see your kid getting pieced right on the chin, man. Like, come on,
His eyes rolling multiple times, rolling around in his head. His jaws are swollen. His head's a goose egg. He's fucked up. Like, yeah, nah, not happening.
It was fun to watch, though.
Oh, yeah, it was great.
No, that was. It sounds wrong, but I'm not gonna say which one of my parents. But one of my parents was like, "That was. I've never been so happy over a fight in years."
Oh no, it was great for boxing. It was great for what it represented.
Yeah,
it was like everything that the Haneys represent is the shit that fucks boxing. So to watch it all get destroyed while they're trying all the bullshit and it couldn't even work, couldn't even help them, and they still got crushed. That's why Ryan said I beat. What did he say? I beat the Haneys. I beat the Illuminati. So he said he beat them all three together. What were they?
The Illuminati, the referee, and Haney.
Yeah, dude.
Nice.
He did, and the reason what he means by Illuminati, the powers that be that are bankrolling the fight. They clearly they're powerful motherfuckers, obviously. So to him, that is the Illuminati. Like they are the brokers behind the scenes, all that behind the curtain, and they clearly were siding in favor with Haney. So he did beat them. Yeah, it's fucking perfect. Great night for boxing. Great night.
I'll put
Justice
it like this.
is finally served. Justice has been served time and time again to these fucks, whether it was Kovalev serving at the ward or time and time again, they get served, but they just cheat and lie and say their guy didn't actually get pummeled like you all saw him get pummeled. But this time they didn't do it for whatever reason.
Well, you know how big this is? I knew how fed up and sick you were of this bullshit in boxing, right? Which is why you weren't really streaming much, for a bit. And if this, souped you up to be like, yeah, you know what, fuck these mofos, then something has changed, right?
Well, I seen a change in the comments, in the public comments on Instagram, YouTube videos. Like I was amazed at the amount of people calling this shit out. I was like, never in my life did I see this amount of shit getting called out. by literally the people who call me a racist, same people call me racist 3 years ago. Like, it's like, wow, people are actually waking up. I saw people who said these fucking, like, outboxer bitches need to be chased from boxing in favor of the aggressive punchers, like, because it's better for boxing. I'm like, holy shit. Like, wow, there is a bit
Boxing's
of
doing so well outside of the States that the States
there's
needs
a
to
bit
do
of a
something.
change happening. Like, it might be happening. I can see the wind blow, the wind changing.
Well, I think it's the fall of the networks, man.
It's definitely part of it.
Yeah,
They're the ones who protected these bitches and we
Yeah.
give all this false hype for 5 years.
Well,
while
and
they're
all
lined
the
up with
exposure.
tomato cans in fixed fights. Oh, and something else I wanted to bring up. Like, if someone was texting me through the fight, like, about Ryan's throwing fight because he wasn't punching, right? In those, like, 2 to 6 rounds or whatever. He's like, yo, what's he doing? He can beat this guy, and he's just not, he's giving it away. He's throwing it away. It's fixed. And at the time, I didn't know what to think, but because you never know. But people, you can't, like, look, you don't know what's going on in someone's head. You don't know why. Like, you don't know why they're not throwing that punch. Like, how, like, I harped on, like, Herring not throwing the right hand versus fucking Shakur or whatever, because it's wide open. It's right there. Now, I think in that instance, he knew not to throw. But you'll see these guys have they can let that shot go and it's going to land, and they won't do it. For whatever reason, you don't know what's going on in their head. They're human beings. Like, people think these guys are robots. Like, we've been doing the same drill for their whole lives. There was a bing, bing. It's like, yeah, but there wasn't a person across from them trying to fucking kill them. Like,
yeah,
like, you don't understand what's going on in their head. Maybe they got hurt with a punch, or that you didn't see hurt them, but it's shook them ever since. They're a little scared, or maybe they had a cortisol dump and they can't even think clear right now. Like, whatever the fuck's going on in their head, you don't.
Or
know.
if they're weight drained.
You just don't know why it's not because they're throwing the fight. Like, you can't always be like, man, people be like relying on that shit too much. It's like, it ain't always that. Chill, like, man, like, you gotta chill. Like, there's a million reasons why you might not do it. Like, on film, we see it and we're like, well, that's what he should have did. Yeah, obviously, hindsight, but you don't know why the fuck he didn't do it in there. I'm sure he could give you a perfect explanation that would make great sense. But, you never have. Oh, nice, dude. I didn't bet on Ryan, but I texted people. I texted everyone, telling them, if you ain't gonna get I literally just went on a huge gambling run. I stepped away like 2 months ago. I went degenerate gambler, like fucking poker every day. I was total going nuts. So I stopped. I was like, I gotta chill the fuck out here. I literally, the second I would wake up, I was like, I gotta go play poker. Like, I was like, this is getting out of control. Because you know, whatever. I was like, I gotta stop. I stopped for like 3 days and didn't even want to play no more. Haven't gambled since. But I was like, I wanted to bet on this one, but I didn't, because I was like, I'm gonna open my app one time. I'm gonna make one bet, and it's going right back to like every day, because I'm getting so much more done than when I would just sit at the fucking poker table. But I told everyone else, like, dude, you're getting at least 5.5. You're gonna 5.5x your money if he wins. Obviously, now I would be rightfully an underdog because of the corruption, but he wasn't those like 6-1 underdog, man, like at all. Like you were really getting like 6-1 odds on like a 2-1 fight. You know, maybe 3-1. Like the it was way worth it. Definitely a bet to take. I mean, that dude, you really couldn't ask for a better bet in boxing, just because you were getting huge underdog odds with the guy who was susceptible to a left hook, and he's chinny. Like, man, yeah, really couldn't ask for better odds there.
Yep.
But I didn't take it. I wish I did.
Yeah, I don't bet because anything can happen.
I have a ticket right now I can use to enter into a tournament with $1 million tournament, online tournament, in person. But I won't even. I can cash it in whenever. But we'll just join into the next one. I haven't even done that. There's one playing right now. There's one. I got the. They hit me up this morning. Like, join in. Like, fuck you. They want to trap your ass and bring you back.
It's going to be real tempting to bet on Fury Usyk, man.
Well, what are the odds there?
I haven't checked them in a bit.
Yeah, I personally, I think, I don't think Crawford should have fought Madrimov. I think he should have fought Ennis.
Yeah, Ennis just got signed in Matchroom, so I think Hearn's gonna try to promote him a little bit, get him back in the boxing scene, like on news reports, promotions. Like he's gonna try to get Ennis out there a little bit, and then I think the Crawford fight's gonna happen eventually.
Yeah, that is the plan for sure.
I think Crawford has that one in the bag.
He does. He does. That's why he should have just got it over with. Because this is like, dude, in boxing, you should almost look forward to the guy losing once, at least once, right? Because first of all, you'll get to see what he's really made of. You always heard, you don't even know how good a fighter is until he loses. Like, that's historically been said and historically been true in the sport of boxing. You don't even know how good someone is until they lose. It's because you actually see what they're made of. That's how you actually get to see what they're made of. And in this day and age, where these dudes, if they haven't lost, they avoid motherfuckers like the plague. Second they lose, though, now it's like, well, you ain't getting any money unless you're in a big fight. Like, you got to fight another name, like go into a big fight. So, like, at least, Ennis will get fucked up by Crawford. I get it. But he'd be much more willing and eager to probably fight like anybody after that. And would benefit him. Oh, yeah. Monday morning quarterback, yeah. A lot of Monday morning quarterback. Even from myself on this one. It was a great fight to go back though and study in Monday morning quarterback way. Plus 800. Holy cow. Wow. That's incredible. That is incredible. Dude, we could have all changed our lives. Like, that's fucking 8xing yourself. Bro. Man. Oh, my God. What, plus 650? Okay, well, even that's better, because I saw plus 550, plus 6 was the highest I saw myself. I didn't really go looking for the odds because I wasn't betting myself. But I predict Ortiz will fuck Zoo up myself, but and no, Tyson versus Paul will not be real. It's gonna be a glorified sparring session, or which, well, that's what I think. But if not, Jake's gonna be murdered, like fast.
Wait, for Zoo Ortiz, do you think it's gonna be like when you say murder? Do you think it's gonna be like a flat out beat?
About Mike Tyson murdering Jake Paul.
No, I know, but you also said the same for Ortiz and Zoo. Do you think do you say that because you think Ortiz is just gonna stop him, or do you think it will be a really fun fight while it lasts, and then there will be a stoppage?
If I said that about Zoo and Ortiz, I was misspeaking. I don't think it's going to be murder, but I do favor Ortiz. He's too fast. He's just as big. He's just better. Like, he's just going to win. He's just going to win.
I think it's going to be a very entertaining fight while it lasts.
It will. Oh, yeah. I agree.
Do you think he'll be in the pocket the whole time?
Yeah, absolutely.
Heck yeah. That's what I'm looking for, because both are really good on the inside. So I think that's like if I were to film study the fight, I would just look up all their fights where they fought in the pocket.
Yeah, and that's the thing. That's why I favor Ortiz, because he's offense and defense at the same time in the pocket, like at a much higher level, rather than like just a high guard shell up punch of Zoo. So they're going to be punching with each other for sure. And I see Ortiz slipping the shots, from Zoo, but countering, staying in the pocket, hitting, slipping, hitting again. I think it's going to be one of them that end up that.
Slip, block, hit, stuff like that.
Exactly.
So this might be a good one, Anthony. Usyk has 15-8 odds against him to win by decision.
Wait, say that again? 15-8?
Yeah, I'm reading this from the Telegraph, who did a whole breakdown of it. And they're saying he's 15-8 to win by decision. I think that's a good bet, actually.
You'll be able to get closer, or you'll be able to get better odds, even closer too.
Closer to the fight?
Yeah, because the smart money will probably bet on Usyk, but just like national pride and all that, they're going to put their money on Fury. Like all the Englishmen, UK people, a lot of those guys are going to put $50 here, $50 there, $100 or whatever on Fury. That adds up, and that'll spread the line, make it better, for Usyk. I would certainly imagine. So, especially when people start seeing, because I already saw Fury is muscular. Like, he's actually in good fucking shape. Like, probably on some trend or whatever, but he's in good shape. But as soon as like the general public starts seeing that, and like as he's actually like in shape, like his arms are big and muscular, like when he was young, money's gonna start pouring in on him again too.
He's a monster.
Yeah, he's taking this real serious. And, yeah, exactly.
Yo, I got a question. Well, I got a couple questions. How long are you gonna be on?
I'm actually gonna be hopping off here soon.
Oh, okay.
Like now. My fucking dog pissed on the fucking back porch. I gotta clean it up.
Don't worry. I know the struggle.
And I'm angry. As soon as I saw it, I got mad. I did.
Nah, but are you gonna be on more often? If you don't mind me asking.
I don't know. I don't plan on it. I definitely don't plan on it. I had to jump on and just be like, fucking finally.
Yeah.
I felt vindicated. Felt vindicated. Like, just want to fucking rub it in a bit. I told you motherfuckers.
Well, yeah. Let's see how Bivol Beterbiev goes. That might turn into a stream.
Yeah, for real. Dude, we have great fights coming up, man.
Yeah, we have a great boxing schedule. That's why that was kind of why I was asking, because we got a lot of good fights. So I thought you were gonna like do a lot of breakdowns and stuff.
But well, don't plan on it. But again, when I get excited, I like to talk to people about the fucking shit. So.
Yeah, of course. No, I 100% understand. But I'll probably be reaching out to you through text and stuff, because there are some people asking me stuff and things like that. But I'm glad all is good with you. You guys take care. God bless. See you.
All right.
Yeah, good talking to you. Good seeing you here, man.
Likewise.
Yeah, right. So Bill, you talking about Bill Haney? So Bill would willingly get his jaw broken? Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, Ryan versus Haney was fixed. Yeah, it absolutely was. No doubt. I'm not saying it wasn't. It wasn't fixed in the way that I was referring to. That Ryan was throwing the fight. What, you don't know why? Dude, I just explained literally why Haney had to walk forward. Look, it's very simple. First punch thrown, whack! He's fucking hurt, wobbled, humiliated in front of everybody. What does Ryan start doing? Starts backpedaling. What can Devin do at that point? He must go forward to get his lick back, you know what I'm saying? And for what rounds, like from that point to like round 6, Ryan was basically just backpedaling, running, forcing Haney to come to him to try and get those licks back. And when Devin would get to him, he wouldn't really punch back. So Devin kept getting more comfortable and more comfortable, closing that distance and staying inside with Ryan. Each round that progressed, Haney got a little more comfortable, felt safe, getting closer to Ryan. Boom! Not safe. That's what happened, man. That's what happened. It's the Haney, like, I don't know. I'm not like, yeah, Haney definitely wasn't like, oh, in this one I have to walk forward so Ryan wins or some shit like that. Not at all. He literally didn't have a choice. It was, look, man, when you get punched in your fucking face in front of everyone, what are you gonna do? Like, either sit down and cry and everyone's gonna point and laugh at you, or you fucking go forward. Like, you ain't got a choice. There's two options. And props to Devin. He didn't sit down and cry. He went forward. You know, salute there. But that is what bit him in the ass. You know, Ryan played that. It played right into his hand. Keep coming. Oh, I'm not punching back. You're winning. Getting more comfortable. Hands lower, slow it, bink. And then it's, you know, it's going to get brutal from then on out. And the only way it was fixed in trying everything possible to get Haney to win.
And you know Garcia was talking shit to him the whole fight, bro.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I liked when Ryan got hurt, though. Like, and just plants his feet, bangs his fist, and goes, bring it! And Haney don't. Haney just stops. He's like, oh! Yeah. Which was actually smart by Haney to do that, because that's when Ryan's very dangerous. Everyone knows a hurt fighter is a dangerous fighter. Yeah, it was probably the right thing to do, because he's not a finisher. But yeah, it was funny to see. You just heard him. He plants his feet and says, bring it, and you do nothing. It's like, damn, man. Doesn't look good. Oh, yeah, man. Props to Zoo. Anyone fighting Virgil Ortiz, I'm giving salutes. And taking off Fundora, short notice and shit. It's grimy how they're doing Tim Zoo, though. I'm not giving him a rematch. So, he gave you to fight. At least run it back. But, you know, whatever. I'd rather see Zoo and Virgil fight anyway, honestly. Not really. I wasn't interested in Zoo and Fundora, and I'm not interested in the rematch, honestly. So I do like the Ortiz Zoo fight, though. That's a fucking banger. Getting better matchmaking, man. Better matchmaking. But I am hopping off. I gotta go clean this fucking shit up.
All right, man. Good talking to you.
Before it stinks. Yep. Good seeing you guys. I don't know when I'll jump. I don't know when I'll be back. I'd like to jump on someone else's shit. I thought about Nordic, but I was getting recommended shit from him for a while, and then it just stopped. So he was killing it. Yeah. I also found it sus how most of the money was either Haney decision or Ryan knockout, and the fight went to decision, but the other way. Yeah. It's always that way, right? It always just so happens to work out like that. It is a little wild. Oil money bringing these fights. Well, the collapse of the networks, the oil monies, and then, you know, you start getting better and better cards, and everyone else has to start competing, putting on better products. You know, can definitely only benefit us. It certainly is as of now, because look, you know, next few months, got a really good lineup, man. A really good lineup. You said BDA's live? Is that what you just said? I'd jump on a stream like that. Not right now, but in a little bit. Boots would be 180 on fight. Yeah, I still don't. I'll never believe that guy actually made 147. I don't think he's ever made it a day in his life. I really don't. I don't give a shit. God, that's my conspiracy. My boxing conspiracy is Boots Ennis has never made 147. I swear to God. I swear to God. It's funny, but yeah. It's a bit of a joke, but not really, man. Something's fishy there. Something's very fishy there. I didn't see that whole Ramirez fight. I watched the first 3 rounds, the last 3 rounds. But yeah, very interesting. It's Crawford's best opponent ever, as far as I'm concerned. I love that fight too. Props to Crawford for taking it. Props to Madrimov for taking it. I think Crawford wins, but great. I love the opponent selection. Can't hate on that. It's a fucking hell of a fight. But yeah, I'm getting off, guys. Gotta go clean up this shit. So whatever. All right, good talking to you guys. Just wanted to give my little take on some stuff here. I don't know when I'll jump back on. Like I said, I'd like to jump on someone else's shit. I don't like having yeah, I'd rather just jump on someone else's because I'm busy. I could just run in and out and give an opinion here and there. I don't have to dedicate like hours to the one thing. But anyway, did he really? I know he fucking hurt him and whatnot, but I didn't see like the middle rounds. Oh, might have to go back and watch that. At least them, the middle rounds. All right, though. All right, everyone, have a good one. God bless. Stay safe. Love you guys.